Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Havoc and Phantom facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive career advantage here with over 800 wins against Havoc. It's clear that history is on his side, but he's still trying to shake off those recent losses. We'll see if the favorite can keep this early control. Phantom keeps his lead, pushing the score to 2-1. He enters today with a strong 25-11 record over the last 24 hours. Phantom's really putting the pressure on, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold that ramp. The top seed is starting to look comfortable. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that exchange with his life, clutching the win in a total slugfest. The world #1 is really asserting his authority here. A flawless response there, showing a bit of grit as he starts to close that gap. He's clearly not as invincible as the odds suggested. He's putting up a real fight, barely taking any damage while securing another round. The underdog is completely refusing to back down. What a surge! He's completely erased that early deficit to level the series. Total shift in energy as we head into the next one. He is absolutely on fire, storming back to take the lead. The early momentum has shifted completely in favor of the underdog. He's completely taken over the server, securing a 5th straight to keep the pressure high. It's a total collapse for the man who entered this as the heavy favorite. Phantom manages to knock him off the ramp and halts that streak before the switch. Tight encounter as we approach the halfway mark. Havoc goes into the break leading 7-5. I mean, this is a huge shakeup considering Phantom is the #1 ranked player in the league. We might be looking at a real upset here. Time to see if Phantom can regroup. He just walked through that exchange unscathed, strengthening his hold on the lead. The gap on the ladder is clearly not telling the full story today. A heavy battle on both ends, but he manages to dig deep and secure another point. The favorite finally seems to be finding his feet again. Wow, he barely walks away from that disaster on the ramp, showing some serious tenacity to claw back into this match. He just completely shut that down, refusing to let the lead slip further away. That was an incredibly quick finish. He just completely erased himself from the map, and his resilience is starting to look frightening. The gap in rankings isn't bothering him one bit right now. Phantom clears the air by removing him from the ramp, refusing to let the game slide away. Just as we expected from the top seed. A complete shutdown by Havoc, showing some real nerve to keep this rally going. Phantom refuses to let this game slip, putting on a clinic to secure another point. He needs every single one of these now to stay in it. A smooth sequence for the top seed, keeping his momentum going as he claws back toward the lead. He just completely outplayed the top seed to put himself 1 round away from victory. Absolutely incredible! He secures the victory with a lightning fast finish to close out the map. He just proved that rankings don't mean a thing once the match actually starts. He really dug deep for that victory. Hard fought win. Welcome everyone to Mapes. We have a great matchup today between Catalyst and Phantom to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive 70% win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to the struggle he's been having in his recent matches today. The challenge now is whether he can actually put that home turf advantage to use. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. A tough stretch for the world number one. Catalyst is just too quick right now, picking that duel up from the ramp. It's a pattern we've seen before in their most recent head-to-head. What a scramble. He barely hangs on after that wild exchange to extend his lead. Coming off a tough run of 3 straight losses today. Phantom responds, instantly shutting the door on that momentum shift with a crisp headshot. He refuses to go away, keeping his composure to cut that lead down to a single round. He is finally starting to play like the favorite today. Catalyst is looking very comfortable in these exchanges, securing another point from the ramp. That's quite a struggle for the world's best player today. Phantom is showing some real grit here, putting up a strong response to keep the pressure on. He's showing the poise expected of a top-tier seed. He's completely erased that early deficit, locking in a dead-even score. A huge weight off his shoulders for the top seed. He's just completely taken over, securing 3 straight to claim the lead. He's really starting to dictate the pace of this duel. We're tied up at 6 all. I mean, this is exactly the tight contest we wanted to see. Catalyst is holding his own against the world number one, and it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst claws back ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's really asserting himself in this rivalry. A total shutdown from the top seed, bringing this series back to a dead heat. Now we're seeing why he's the higher seed in this pairing. He's completely untouched in this exchange, continuing his push toward a possible comeback. A bloody battle there, but he survives the exchange to build a 2-round advantage. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Absolutely terrifying form from him now, cruising toward a commanding lead with another quick win. And he answers right back, showing some incredible heart to keep this rally going. He's digging deep, managing to secure another victory from the container to stay within reach. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite right now. He's simply too fast, equalizing the series in a total blowout. He's really shaking the confidence of the favorite right now. He's absolutely on fire, using that container height to carve out a massive lead. He's completely shutting down any hopes of a comeback. And we are back to a dead heat. Phantom is refusing to break, securing a clean finish to level the boards. He digs deep to pull ahead again, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Coming into this a bit shaky after his recent results. He keeps his cool to force the tie, and this battle is officially heading into overtime. Absolute perfection from him, securing a spotless win to take control of the overtime tiebreaker. Hard to believe the odds favor the other side in this matchup. Phantom remains incredibly stubborn, wiping the slate clean with a swift response to keep this match alive. Phantom is simply refusing to buckle, picking the challenger right off the ramp for a spotless finish. He's absolutely peaked at the right time, taking this round to put himself on match point. He's looking virtually untouchable in these final exchanges. What a final stand. He seals the deal with one last burst to close out the entire series. He really proved he's still the one to beat by grinding out that overtime victory. What a way to snap that losing streak. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Catalyst facing off in the arena today. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Catalyst holds a dominant 71% win rate on this particular map, so he should normally be comfortably in control here. It's interesting to see Havoc start with a lead despite having much less success in this environment historically. Havoc just clears him right off the ramp to keep this hot start going. He's looking very confident after that 13-10 win against Phantom. Catalyst answers back here, showing some real grit to keep this game within reach. That first blood advantage should be kicking in now. He secures another point from the Tetris, closing the gap to just one round. Exactly what you'd expect from the favorite in this spot. Unbelievable! He completely wipes the board to bring us back to a deadlock. He's proving why he entered the match as the favorite. He secures the target from heaven to regain a slight lead. He's already beaten him once this week. A perfectly clean exchange as he forces the series back to a draw. The two of them are effectively deadlocked as we head toward the half. He takes total control from the ramp to continue this impressive surge. The pressure is really starting to mount for Havoc now. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through with just 6 HP to level the series. A real grudge match given their heavy history together. He's keeping the pressure high as he puts himself in a prime spot before the halfway mark. His current form seems to be shifting the tide back. We're tied up at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is playing way above his usual level here. He's completely refusing to let his higher ranked opponent run away with this map. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst finds a way to pick him off the Tetris, refusing to let his lead slip away. It's been a real battle of nerves since they stepped on stage. What a fight! He manages to knock Catalyst off the Tetris in a nail-biter to even the score. This feels exactly like their last meeting on Red Line. Havoc edges ahead by a single round now. The momentum shift is clear as he continues to play the role of spoiler. The resilience is showing here as he claws back yet another point to lock this series at 8-8. He's back in the lead, barely taking any damage in that exchange. Looking completely effortless in those last two exchanges. Absolute chaos as Catalyst forces this tie at 9-9. The gap in the ladder really isn't telling the whole story here. The surge continues as Catalyst secures the lead, refusing to let the pressure get to him. Quick reactions across the board for that exchange. Havoc levels it up. We are dead even at 10-all. He is really putting that rank 3 seed to the test. Catalyst puts on a show and drops him right off the Tetris, keeping this rally going. A lightning fast reaction to take back the lead. He just secures another point from the ramp, putting him one round away from victory. He's looking completely unfazed in the clutch right now. Unreal. Havoc barely survives that chaotic trade to stay alive by a thin margin. He simply refuses to go down without a fight. Absolute perfection to force a deadlock. He just keeps the pressure on and we are headed to overtime. He's shown incredible strength to push right back into the lead. Pure aggression from him to close the distance. He's practically untouchable now, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He just cannot be stopped. Another point for the comeback specialist to put him on match point. He's simply outclassing him in these fast-paced exchanges. What a result. Catalyst finishes the job and seals the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the brink in overtime, but he just couldn't find that final gear. He had to earn every single point. What a battle! Welcome to Red Line. We've got Havoc taking on Phantom in a battle to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom has the all-time advantage here, winning about 64% of their head-to-head encounters. But it's worth noting that Havoc is the one who took their most recent meeting. This early lead puts the pressure on the favorite to start his response. Havoc is cruising right now with a narrow lead. The top-ranked player on the ladder is finally answering back. Phantom's got the momentum now, taking the ramp for that second straight round. The number 1 ranked player is quickly reclaiming his territory. He just shuts things down from the ramp, taking a firm control of this match. The top seed is looking completely locked in right now. Unstoppable right now, he's just completely taken over this game. He's really showing why he holds that number 1 spot. Absolute control from the top of the ramp, pushing that streak to 5. Neither could find a safe angle, but he comes out on top in that ramp battle. The momentum shift mirrors his strong performance today with 26 wins overall. A quick reaction there to snap the run and bring the score to 3-6. He's showing he can hang with the best player in the league. Phantom reacts quickly to clear Havoc out of that ramp position and extends his lead. His high win percentage on this specific map is really showing. Phantom just doesn't let him stay up there. He tracks Havoc right off that ramp for another round. That's exactly how the favorite is supposed to play today. We head into the break with Phantom holding a comfortable 9-3 lead, while he is simply doing exactly what the rank 1 player is supposed to do. That 6-round streak really put this game out of reach early. Fresh starts for both guys now. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but manages to scrape through and clear him off the ramp. He is really hanging on by a thread with those health totals. Phantom is just relentless, cleaning Havoc right off the ramp and putting himself in a great spot to end this. He's looking extremely sharp throughout his 26 wins today. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange, digging deep to secure another round. Havoc has finally found some answers for himself, narrowing this lead down to a few rounds. He's definitely shaking off the rust after that loss to Catalyst. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely edges out the victory after a brutal firefight to extend his current streak. He secures the edge from the ramp, leaving him just a single round short of the win. That is a crushing reality check for the underdog. What a fight. Havoc manages to clear him off the Tetris and keeps the game alive. That survivalist spirit is definitely starting to surface now. Flawless finale. He shuts the door on the series with a lightning fast finish. He really put on a clinic today, proving exactly why he sits at the top of the rankings. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for this clash between Catalyst and Phantom. It looks like a great match for both players. Phantom is showing a huge preference for this map with a 66% win rate. That's a stark contrast to how Catalyst usually fares here. It will be interesting to see if that comfort level keeps the momentum shifting in the top seed's direction. Absolute precision from Phantom, who just picked him off the vine to take a commanding lead. That's a strong response from Catalyst, proving he won't just let this go. He's definitely fighting against the pre-match expectations right now. He's clawing back into this, weathering the pressure to secure another win. We're seeing a real shift in the dynamic right now. A total wipeout of the initial lead, and we are all square now. The early favorite is suddenly fighting for his life. A tough exchange there, but the advantage swings back to Phantom. The league leader is really finding his footing in this series. He's refusing to back down, evening the score at 4-4. Coming off that 13-11 victory against Sentry, he knows how to maintain a lead. Phantom edges ahead once more, taking a 5-4 lead. That top rank on the ladder is starting to show. Catalyst generally has the upper hand in their all-time head-to-head match history. But it's clear the tide has turned, as Phantom is clearly the more confident player today. He is really capitalizing on this run to widen the gap. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom heading into the break, while the underdog is firmly in control here. He's outperforming the pre-match projections by staying aggressive on this side. Let's see if that lead holds. Phantom's really pulling away now, leading 8-5. He's really making the most of his day with a 27-12 record. What a piece of work. He just completely outdueled the opposition to get things moving again. Another effortless exchange, and he's now firmly in the thick of this contest. He is starting to put some real pressure on the favorite. Phantom just completely dismantled him from that Tetris spot. It's a tough spot for the number 3 seed to be in. Unbelievable. He survives on a sliver of health and manages to hold the Tetris. That was an insane scramble to stay alive. He takes full control from the wine, erasing that lead and bringing the map back to a deadlock. He's on fire right now, securing a third straight to take the lead. He's proving why he's rated so highly on the ladder. A chaotic exchange of shots that ends with the map completely tied up. A very tight sequence from the world number 1. Phantom is really taking control here, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. This victory would mark another consecutive win for him today. A stunning display of persistence from the world number 1, and we're back to a dead heat. Completely effortless exchange there, putting Phantom just 1 round away from victory. And that's it, a lightning fast finish to close out the series in favor of Phantom. He's really making a statement here, shaking off that long-term history to come out on top in a total slugfest. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Havoc and Catalyst stepping up to see who takes the win today. Catalyst really owns this rivalry with a huge historical advantage, but he's definitely feeling the pressure right now after dropping a couple of close games today. He'll need to find some stability if he wants to keep that dominance intact. He's simply not letting up, taking a commanding lead early in the game. Complete reversal from that 16-12 result we just saw recently. Catalyst answers back immediately, walking away without taking a single point of damage. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected today. What a scramble! Havoc barely scrapes by here while holding the ramp, securing a 4-1 lead. A tough spot for a player who usually controls this matchup. Catalyst clears him of the bricks with a crisp sequence to chip away at that deficit. He's proving why he entered this set as the clear favorite. Havoc is really building a nice cushion here, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. He's refusing to go away, shutting things down completely to keep himself in this contest. He's slowly clawing back into the set. Havoc is just too fast right now, easily picking him off those boxes. That's another clean one for the underdog, proving he can still handle the heat. He's definitely trying to regain the control he's had in previous bouts. Havoc is currently playing well above his usual standard in this rivalry, which is a huge shift considering he has historically lost over 70% of their meetings. And honestly, he's making the ratings gap look completely irrelevant at the moment. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this level of precision. Havoc takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly it's a complete flip of what we expected today. The lower ranked player is outplaying him right now despite the historical gaps. Unreal. He nearly goes down but claws out a win from the ramp to hit a 9-4 lead. He's putting the top 10 ranking on full display. Havoc keeps pulling ahead now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. He is certainly making use of those 21 rounds played today. Catalyst just stepped up and cleared him right off the ramp to keep this momentum shifting. He's playing the long game, relying on that veteran poise. Havoc is just too sharp, catching Catalyst right in the window for a quick victory. A huge shift compared to that a few matches ago. Havoc looks completely locked in right now, simply refusing to let the lead slip. Quite a contrast to his recent results against Phantom. Catalyst finds his mark and shuts him down from the blanks, keeping his hopes alive. His experience in these high-pressure slots is really starting to show. Catalyst is really heating up now, putting a lot of pressure on Havoc to stop this slide. He's definitely looking to repeat that high-scoring victory from their last meet. He just won't quit, punishing Havoc right off the planks to bring the score to 11-9. The momentum has completely shifted into a different gear now. He's simply on fire right now, picking him off the box to keep this rally going. The pressure is mounting as his win percentage in this rivalry looms large. Absolutely terrifying. He has completely overhauled the scoreline and now we are deadlocked. This is exactly why he entered as the heavy favorite. Havoc steps up huge and takes control from the wine box to move within one of the finish. He needed that response to keep the win in his hands. And just like that, Catalyst denies him from the wine box to force an absolute nail-biter into overtime. Pure chaos as we head into the extra frames. He's completely shut down that momentum by picking him off the wine box. This is exactly the kind of grit a top-tier veteran brings to the table. He's just unstoppable right now, dropping another perfect shot on Havoc to extend his lead. The skill gap is widening just as the pressure peaks. He's just completely in control now, pushing his lead to 15-12. He looks completely untroubled throughout this entire overtime stretch. What a performance! Catalyst closes the door with a lightning-fast shot to seal the victory. He really had to dig deep to recover from that early deficit in the first half. What a fight. Welcome back. We've got Havoc and Phantom facing off on Dunes, with Phantom entering this match as the heavy favorite. Phantom holds a significant historical edge here with a 65% win rate against Havoc. It's clear that the matchup favors him, especially coming off a decisive victory in their last head-to-head. It'll take something special from Havoc to break that trend today. Havoc is really finding his rhythm now, leading 2-1. We are right back to a deadlock. This one is anyone's game after that last exchange. The top-seeded player is looking very comfortable right now. Phantom pulls ahead again, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. The top seed is really showing that gap in class. Pure chaos now as we sit tight at 3 apiece. The number 1 seed is finally feeling the pressure. Havoc is putting together a real run here, grabbing another quick win to extend his lead. What a fight. He survives the exchange with a sliver of health to keep his streak alive. It's a complete flip from how the favorite has been playing today. He is absolutely on fire, securing his 4th straight win with a lightning-fast snapshot. Finally, Phantom answers back with a crisp headshot to halt that momentum. The higher seed is finally starting to settle into this series. Phantom is playing at an incredible level across the board with a 28-12 record over the last day. It's just surprising to see that momentum completely disappear in this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if he can finally turn things around before the half. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing way above his rank right now. The world number 1 is struggling to keep up, and the underdog is firmly in control. Havoc keeps pushing the pace to move ahead 8-5. It's a completely different story than their last encounter. Havoc is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-5. Hard to believe he's the one stumbling right now. That was a grueling exchange, but he walks away with another win to keep the streak alive. He's really defying that huge rating gap today. Phantom just puts a stop to that runaway momentum with a perfectly timed burst. Unbelievable, he barely walks away from that fight, surviving with a tiny shred of health. The pace is just blistering right now. These two are trading kills in the blink of an eye. A crucial stop from the world's top-rated player. He takes full control of the server and now stands on the verge of victory. A total reversal of how this pair usually matches up. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Havoc closes the door to secure the victory. Just a shocking result here. He's completely flipped the script against the world number 1 tonight. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup here in the arena between Catalyst and Phantom. Let's get this match started. Catalyst comes out strong, securing that first round from the Tetris position. Phantom has been looking sharp today with a 28-13 record. What a scramble. Catalyst manages to scrape by with the win from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange. The top seed is feeling the pressure early on. Phantom just shuts the door on that ramp play, keeping things very close here. League's top-rated player is we're all squared up now as we enter round 5. The top spot on the ladder is really putting on a clinic. He's just completely untouchable right now, extending the lead with another flawless round. A huge momentum shift considering the long-term head-to-head history. Catalyst quickly shuts him down on the ramp to keep things tied up. It's a classic clash between these two and they're dead even. Phantom edges ahead by 1, putting Catalyst on the back foot. He's really playing like the best player on the ladder right now. Catalyst takes control from the boost to keep this series completely locked in. Expected a tight battle given their overall head-to-head history. Phantom puts on a fast show there, cutting Catalyst down quickly as he pushed from the ramp. He's holding the edge in their most recent meeting. Phantom is currently sitting on a 28-13 record today. That kind of momentum is making the difference right now as he starts to pull away from Catalyst. I wonder if he can close this out before the half. We're looking at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, the high expectations for Catalyst are holding up so far. It's been a toss-up for both players as they trade blows. Fresh start for both players. Phantom holds a slight advantage as we hit 13. That was incredibly fast, barely a blink of an eye. Catalyst is looking very comfortable with his setup, utilizing the ramp perfectly to get back on top. He's definitely showing why the historical head-to-head favors him. Phantom maintains his narrow lead as we enter round 15. The #1 seed is really showing his class. Catalyst is generally the favorite in these encounters, but the overall head-to-head record is currently the only thing protecting his pride. It's tough to ignore that Phantom is simply playing a different game right now. He's really starting to assert himself as the top player on the ladder. Unreal. He somehow pulls through a brutal exchange with just a single point of health left. Manages to pick up another, keeping the deficit to 3 rounds. He really knows how to handle the pressure of this map. Another lightning fast round for the underdog, who just refuses to back down. He secures the victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Phantom just shuts down that attempt from the boost and now stands on the verge of victory. He's proving why he entered this duel with the edge. And there it is. Phantom secures the final kill to take the whole series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the consistency of the top seed finally paid off. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Havoc and Catalyst facing off on red line with the favorite looking to dominate. Havoc really stepped up his game there, catching Catalyst as he tried to hold that ramp. A slow start for Catalyst, who usually owns this matchup. Unreal. He barely walks away from that absolute brawl with his life. The top 3 seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. He's completely taking over this opening stretch with 3 straight winners. The 3rd seed is really struggling to flip the script today. Catalyst responds with a clean shot and takes Havoc right off the ramp. Just a quick reminder that the underdog is finally showing his teeth. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high to narrow this gap. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite. An incredible search from Catalyst to tie this setup completely. The ladder rankings certainly predicted a turnaround like this. He's simply on another level right now, moving into the lead with a huge surge of momentum. The gap in their overall ratings is starting to feel real. Tough result to shake for the top 3 seed. Havoc claws back to a slim 5-4 advantage. It's quite a shift from their 16-12 encounter earlier today. A complete erase there, leaving us perfectly level at 5 apiece. Both players are playing the map with incredible poise. Havoc is really starting to pull away now, securing that win from the ramp to widen the lead. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, Havoc is definitely playing above his usual level today. He's shaking off that historical disadvantage to keep pace with the world number 3. Fresh start for both players. He secures the vantage point from the box to take a 7-6 lead. The expected level of play is finally returning for the favorite. The recovery continues as he secures another round to put the pressure back on Havoc. That's a very disciplined look from the world number 3. Havoc is staying aggressive, using the ramp to keep this a 1-round game. The consistency is there for the number 3 seed. Havoc is on a roll right now, taking control from the ramp to move back into the lead. He's really flipping the script on their historical head-to-head. He's completely taking over now, shutting down the opposition's momentum with a flawless sequence. A huge shift from that 16-12 victory in their previous encounter. What a display of grit from Catalyst, shutting that door completely to bring the score dead level. An incredibly fast reset to get the match back on even ground. Catalyst is showing serious resolve, knocking Havoc off the ramp to regain the lead. Pure aggression from the front, simply refusing to let the lead slip. Another clean hit on the ramp, and he's now just 2 rounds away from victory. The gap in raw skill is becoming impossible to ignore. What a stand by Catalyst, holding his ground on the boxes to put himself on match point. The momentum shift has been absolute. Absolutely incredible. Catalyst storms back from the deficit to seal the series victory. That 5-round tier right at the end was just a different level of speed. He certainly got Havoc's number to Welcome to the league. Havoc and Phantom are facing off on Italy, where the top-seeded Phantom is looking to stay strong. Phantom holds a staggering 885-round lead over Havoc in their all-time history. That dominance is reflecting in the current server pressure as he takes an early lead. I wonder if he can maintain that focus for the long haul today. Absolutely untouchable right now as he secures his third straight win without taking a single point of damage. That is just too fast. He's putting on a complete clinic right now. The top-rated player in the league is really making his point here. He's just taking over this server, storming toward a huge lead. He's looked completely locked in throughout his 29 wins today. He just can't find a way through that defense, putting the lead at 6 rounds. The top seed is making his status known early on. He just isn't letting up, tracking him perfectly to clear the wine and push the lead to 7. It's a brutal contrast to that 13-7 victory on Dunes. He's just relentlessly outclassing his opponent, bringing the tally to 8-0. He keeps the momentum going by picking him off the wine for a 9th straight victory. Double-digit run now as he continues to steamroll this match. That's an incredible run for him so far today. Havoc fights back from the wine to snap that long run right before the break. The underdog definitely knows how to push back against the top seed. Phantom holds a commanding 10-2 lead heading into the break. Well, he is playing exactly like the number 1 seed today. Havoc needs a massive spark if he wants to close this gap in the second half. Time to swap sides. Phantom is just a step ahead today. It's almost impossible to find an opening against him. That's a very strong run of form for the top player today. He shuts down the comeback instantly, putting himself on the verge of victory. What a finish. He closes out the game with a perfect final round to seal the victory. He really just cruised through that map, barely breaking a sweat. A total shutdown from start to finish. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Mapas to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom is currently the highest rated player in the league, and he seems to be carrying that momentum right into this set. It makes sense given how heavily he's been leaning into this map compared to Catalyst. I'm curious to see if that disparity holds as the match goes on. What a scramble. Phantom barely walks away from that one with his life. That's a very strong start to a day where he's already 30-13. Phantom's cruising with a comfortable 3-1 lead here. The head-to-head historically favors the other side. Both players traded blows in that exchange, but Phantom proves too strong in the end. It's feeling a lot like their last meeting on Blame map. A gritty response here as he shows some real fight to pull closer in this series. A clean win there to keep things interesting. He keeps his foot on the gas using the ramp to secure another round. He's really starting to put the pressure back on the favorite. Unreal. He just wipes the board clean to lock this set at 4-4 after a quick kill on the ramp. What a shift in momentum as Catalyst takes control of the series by pushing the lead to 5-4. He's completely flipped the script on the initial projections. A wild trade of shots, but he manages to secure yet another victory to keep the streak alive. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite to find a response. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming another one to keep that streak alive. The sheer speed of those entries is terrifying. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Things are playing out exactly as we expected. Today, he managed to put together a 7-round run that really shifted the energy in his favor. Time to see if Phantom answers. Catalyst maintains a strong overall lead in their head-to-head history. So yeah, he's usually the one coming out on top, but Phantom is clearly capitalizing on his high rating and that massive map advantage to keep this close. We'll see if he can turn this momentum into a real comeback. He manages to survive a brutal trade of shots to secure a second straight win. The early favorites are really feeling the heat now. Just can't find an answer for this pace, and now he's sitting at 5. The gap is widening quickly despite the early predictions. He is simply refusing to let go, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. Phantom simply isn't finding any answers for the momentum right now. Absolutely sensational. Catalyst shuts the door on this series and secures the map. It's wild seeing that happen, considering how much of a map advantage Phantom usually carries into these games. Welcome to the dunes. Havoc and Catalyst are ready for action, but the favorite here will need to stay sharp. Catalyst currently holds a massive advantage in their lifetime head-to-head matchups, and that psychological edge seems to be carrying over into today's performance. I mean, it's clear that playing this specific opponent creates a very difficult dynamic for Havoc. Havoc really puts an end to that quick run, taking the fight to Catalyst while he was holding that elevated spot. Both players are deadlocked at 2 rounds apiece. He's looking much more comfortable than that last series on red line. Catalyst barely edges ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. The higher seed is really showing that raw skill gap. These two are trading rounds back and forth, making this a real toss-up right now. That's a lot of pressure on the third-ranked player in our rating. Havoc is on a tear right now, and he just cleared Catalyst right off that box. Catalyst is just too fast for him today. That was a blink and you miss it reaction to pull him off the box. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on here, just denying him that height advantage. Havoc is currently maintaining a 57% win rate on this specific map. That's a huge shift in momentum considering how poorly he's performed in his last couple of series. He's really taking full advantage of the layout here. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, we expected the higher ranked player to pull ahead, but Havoc is playing far too well to be ignored. He's fighting back hard against the odds right now. Time to see who blinks first. A completely unscathed round for Catalyst, who continues to close the gap. We're seeing that higher seed really start to assert his dominance. Havoc is really taking control, quickly shutting down Catalyst while he was holding the high ground. Havoc is running away with this at 9-6. He's looking a lot more composed than his recent matchups suggest. He's just on fire right now, finishing the target without taking a single point of damage. Unreal. He almost goes down there, but somehow claws back to secure another win. A huge turnaround for the number 10 seed, given how the last few games went. Catalyst gets a clean return here to slow things down slightly. The lower seeded player is really putting up a fight tonight. That was an absolute laser beam to put him back in the lead. This is a shocking turn for the supposed favorite of the evening. What a way to close it out! He finishes the job with a perfect final round to secure the series. He just completely broke the trend here. After that disastrous run of losses, this was the perfect way to bounce back. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Havoc and Phantom facing off to see who can claim the victory today. Phantom has a massive historical lead with 886 total round wins over Havoc. It's a huge gap, and that dominance usually translates into total control throughout this series. I wonder if Havoc can actually keep this early lead. He is just untouchable right now, taking a clean third round to open the match. The top-seeded player on the ladder is looking completely lost. The response is there, and he looks far more composed now. He's fighting to prove why he entered the server as the favorite. He's showing real grit, refusing to let the gap widen as he claims another. Unbelievable effort from Phantom, who has completely flipped the script to level things up. He secures the lead again with a sharp play from the ramp. He's really putting that top tier ranking to the test right now. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing the map back to a dead heat. He is certainly fighting back to justify that favorite status. He's completely shut down that surge, taking this round without taking a single hit. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. He's in total control now, securing his third straight win to extend the lead. That's exactly how you'd expect the higher seeds to operate. A completely effortless shot to keep the streak alive and secure a healthy lead. He is simply finding every single angle in this server. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom going into the break. Well, things are playing out pretty much as we anticipated. The world number one is simply doing more of what he does best to keep the lead. Let's see if Havoc finds a gear. He's showing great resolve, getting back into the driver's seat with another fast frame. It's been an uphill battle since the start for his opponent. He's digging in deep, winning a tough exchange to trim the deficit down to 2. The gap in their overall head-to-head is starting to look a bit smaller. That's a perfect return to form for Phantom, who just completely shut down the momentum shift. He's showing a lot of heart right now, refusing to let the pressure get to him as he claws back another one. A completely clean shutdown to maintain that 3-round cushion. He's continuing to live up to the hype today. He simply refuses to let the game slip, putting an end to that mini run with a crisp shot. What a response. Phantom just stepped all over that momentum shift and now needs just one more to take the series. Incredible. He barely survives a desperate firefight to close out the series and seal the map. He just proved once again why he sits at the very top of the rankings. Phantom has really dominated this head-to-head history. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst really owns the head-to-head history here, having won over 53% of their meetings. It's interesting because that historical edge is coming right as he looks to repeat the kind of victory he grabbed in their most recent encounter. He's clearly feeling confident right now. A totally clean sweep for Catalyst, who's now putting a real grip on the early game. He's certainly not looking like the top seed at the moment. Phantom answers right back with a perfect round to show he isn't going down without a fight. Still feels like the favorite is just warming up. Catalyst just needed to find a safe angle on the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. That's a tough start for the best player on our ladder. He's showing some grit here, keeping the pressure up to narrow the gap. He is definitely fighting to live up to that favorite status. Catalyst keeps the momentum high, using that elevation on the ramp to pull even further ahead. Phantom picks him off the window with a very precise shot to keep this rally going. A strong response to get closer to the halfway point. He's refusing to fade away, continuing this charge to keep the game tight. This is exactly how the higher seeded side usually starts to assert himself. Absolutely stellar effort to completely even things up at 5-all. The momentum shift really reflects the difference in their seedings. He secures a clean win from the window, reclaiming a slim lead before the break. He's looking to replicate that dominant victory from their earlier set. We're sitting at a 6-all deadlock. I mean, this is playing out exactly how you'd expect a battle between two top-tier players. Both of these guys have proven they can take control with a few rounds in a row. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst edges ahead again, taking a narrow one-round lead. He's really pushing the pace despite being the lower seed. And the deadlock is back. Phantom refuses to fold and earns a crucial tie here. Neither side is letting the other breathe in this one. Catalyst is playing incredibly smart, using the height of the ramp to keep himself in control. He's really making his presence felt against the top-rated player. The top seed has a distinct historical advantage on this particular layout with a 67% win rate. It's a shame that this specific map edge hasn't helped him push back against the current momentum. He really needs to find a way to break this sequence before it slips away. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on now, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that ramp position. Catalyst is putting on a real show, continuing his run from a dominant spot on the ramp. This is starting to feel like a repeat of that Mappa series. Phantom keeps his cool and finishes a patient engagement without taking a single hit. He's finally starting to look more like the heavy hitter we expected. He stays sharp and closes the gap, bringing him to the brink of victory. The underdog is simply refusing to let this match slide. Unreal, Catalyst shuts the door on this match from the toolbox to secure the victory. He really just went on another tear in this matchup, proving that he's still the nightmare opponent for the world #1. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Havoc taking on the favorite Catalyst in today's duel. Catalyst has an incredible lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 70% of their past matches. It's clearly a mental edge he's carrying into this duel. Now we just have to see if Havoc can use that recent victory from their last meeting to close the gap. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He really is acting like a top 5 player right now. Havoc is really hanging in there, using that high ground by the wine to keep things dead even. Catalyst is just too quick to punish, picking Havoc right off the Tetris to reclaim the lead. Catalyst is really making a statement here, putting the pressure on from the Tetris to widen that gap. That top 5 rank is definitely showing right now. Catalyst is just one step ahead, sitting at 4. He's already putting up a fight after that rough set against Phantom. Havoc claws back to make it a dead heat. It looks like he's mirroring that surprising win from the Dunes. These two are trading blows constantly, keeping this a real nail-biter. He's really grinding out the long haul today with 23 matches played. Catalyst is putting in a massive shift today, currently sitting at an even split with 23 wins and losses. It's a high volume day for him that seems to be paying off in this duel. He's clearly using that endurance to keep Havoc on the back foot. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the higher ranked player is simply playing better than expected. That 4-round streak has really put Havoc in a tough spot for the second half. Time for Havoc to dig deep. Catalyst is cruising now with a 9-4 lead. The number 3 seed is simply too polished for his opponent. Havoc finally finds a way back to make it 5-9. His current form today has been an absolute roller coaster. What a scramble! He nearly went down, but managed to scrap through for a huge second straight victory. The gap in the ratings isn't showing much right now. Catalyst puts a quick stop to that mini run by catching Havoc right off the wine. Catalyst keeps his distance, leading now by 3. It's getting closer to that 13-7 result we saw recently. These last few rounds have been an absolute blur, just pure reaction time right now. Another clean exchange, and he's just a single round away from closing this out. And there it is. Catalyst closes it out with total authority to take the series. He's putting the league on notice today. That's another huge result for him to keep this momentum rolling. Welcome to the arena. Today we have Havoc taking on the heavy favorite Phantom in a battle for dominance. Phantom really owns this rivalry with a 65% head-to-head win rate over the years. He's definitely the superior player in their history, but Havoc is trying to shake that pattern early. Now let's see if that first round was just a fluke. Phantom manages to outplay him from below, keeping things even as we head into the third. He's definitely playing like the top-rated player in the league right now. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life after a chaotic exchange, taking a narrow 2-1 lead. He's really putting that #1 ranking to the test. Havoc strikes back, leveling things up at 2-all. He's coming in hot after a dominant 31-15 run today. Havoc finds his momentum, edging ahead with a 3-2 lead. The gap on the ladder is starting to feel irrelevant here. Havoc is just punishing the world #1 right now, looking completely unbothered. What a fight. Both players were shredded, but he barely keeps his lead with a sliver of health. This is the kind of result we've seen in most of their history. Havoc is putting up a massive challenge against a player who usually wins 63% of his encounters on this map. Well, it's a surprising shift in momentum considering how typically one-sided their history has been. He's really forcing us to question if the rating gap means anything today. Absolutely insane. He clutched out that fight with just a tiny bit of health left to keep the streak alive. Phantom answers back quickly, keeping the score tight before the upcoming side swap. A quick reset just in time for that upcoming break. Havoc holds a surprising 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the world #1. He's fighting with incredible confidence right now, and Phantom just looks shaken. Let's see if the momentum holds. Havoc is just cruising along with a 9-4 cushion. This is a complete reversal of their last encounter together. Phantom claws one back, but Havoc still leads 9-5. He's definitely showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom has completely stalled Havoc's momentum, and now the lead is starting to shrink. The favorite is finally starting to exert his will here. Just a blur. He's officially taken full control of the pace now. That's an incredible burst of speed to close the gap. The comeback continues as he clears out Havoc from the Tetris for another win. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Havoc finds his footing again, shutting down that run to keep a 2-round cushion. A completely untarnished effort from Phantom, who keeps the pressure on with another quick win. We've gone back and forth for 4 rounds now, but Havoc is just refusing to let the lead slip. Havoc puts his foot back on the gas, moving himself just a single round away from victory. The underdog has truly flipped this match on its head. Phantom isn't going down easy, stopping the bleeding with a perfectly clean hit. He holds his ground from the boost to force another high-pressure situation. Pure precision from the favorite to stay alive. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he emerges victorious to force the game into overtime. He's finally found the poise to lock in at the critical moment. Havoc secures a huge lead in this opening set of overtime, shutting things down from the Tetris. He's really defying all the pre-match expectations today. Havoc is just refusing to let go of this advantage, putting the pressure right back on the top seed. Phantom manages to dig deep and drag him off the Tetris to keep this series alive. What a way to respond in such a high-stakes moment. What a response. He shuts it down instantly to put himself in a commanding position. That was a lightning fast finish to take control. He puts on a clinic from the Tetris to deny the match point. He's refusing to let this slip. He closes the door on this series with a perfect finish. What a statement win to wrap up an absolute battle in overtime. He just wouldn't let the top seed get that final edge. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Dunes to see who comes out on top today. Phantom actually has a much higher win rate on this map, boasting a 63% success rate over a huge sample. It's interesting that he hasn't been able to leverage that early on today. He'll need to start closing the gap if he wants to push this set further. Catalyst really timed that one perfectly to pick Phantom right off the Tetris. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 3-1. Top seed is really feeling the pressure right now. A fierce exchange of fire, but he manages to walk away from the fight for another round. A tough spot to be in for the league's top-rated player. He's showing some real grit here, out-dueling his opponent in a lightning-fast exchange. He's refusing to go away, securing his second straight win with a completely clean shot. That favoritism is starting to look a bit misplaced. Unreal, he barely walks away from that one, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's certainly showing the class of the league's #1 rated player. Phantom is answering back with a sharp response, narrowing that early deficit. It's getting tight as he fights to level this series. Catalyst holds a 372 to 329 lead in their overall head-to-head. It's clear that the mental edge is leaning towards him today. He seems to have the solution for how to play against the top seed. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected things to go. He's playing with plenty of confidence and looks very comfortable keeping the lead. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Catalyst keeps the heat on, extending it 8-5. He's really asserting himself against the #1 rated player. Phantom is refusing to back down, taking a completely unscathed round to keep the pressure on. He's proving why he's feared in this. What a chaotic scrap! He manages to secure the win, though he's left completely exhausted after that trade. Catalyst keeps pushing the pace, now sitting at 10-6. His recent loss to Havoc seems to be out of his system. Absolutely ruthless. He just shut down that comeback attempt with a flawless burst. Phantom claws back one more to keep his hopes alive. The league's top-rated player is fighting a tough uphill battle right now. That was a total scramble, but he comes out on top and reaches match point. The favorite's simply too strong to put away. He manages to hold his ground and secure a victory, delaying the inevitable. He's finally found a bit of stability in these closing stages. Game over. He closes it out with an emphatic sequence to take the series. He just can't find a way to beat his nemesis today. That's another one in the books for a man who clearly owns this rivalry. Welcome everyone. We're on Mappers for this clash, where Havoc looks to secure a victory against the favored Catalyst. Catalyst didn't waste any time, quickly punishing Havoc for playing too high on that ramp. Havoc is playing really aggressive, just picking Catalyst right off the red. That's a stark contrast to their last encounter. What a scramble. Catalyst barely scrapes through that encounter after dragging him off the ramp. A really familiar result for these two on the map. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. These two are perfectly matched. It's a big shift from that 13-7 beatdown they shared earlier. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, managing to edge out a chaotic fight for the lead. Tough look for a player who's been so dominant in his recent games. Another rapid-fire victory for Havoc, who completely shuts down any hope of a comeback. Catalyst puts an end to that momentum, securing a close win to keep the gap small. Catalyst is starting to really put the pressure on, picking Havoc right off that ramp. That's a high-level display from the number 2 seed. Havoc holds a slim lead as we hit round 9. Coming off a massive win against Phantom earlier today, we are completely tied up at 5-0. Neither player is giving an inch as we move into the double digits. These rounds are just flashing by. Neither of these guys is giving their opponent a second to breathe. Top. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is far closer than anyone expected given the rank difference. Havoc is playing exactly as he needs to if he wants to actually pull off the upset here. Fresh start for both of them. Catalyst narrowly edges ahead, taking a 1-round lead. The top 2 in our rating are truly fighting for every single point. Back to a deadlock with both players sitting at 7. That's a huge swing from their previous encounter together. Havoc is really finding his stride now, pulling away with a couple of quick rounds in a row. And we are right back to an even split at 8 apiece. He's definitely showing why he sits so much higher on the ladder. Catalyst barely keeps his noses ahead at 9-8. Exactly the kind of shift we expected from a top 2 seed. Neither of them can pull away. We are looking at a complete toss-up at this point. Havoc manages to reclaim a thin edge at 10-9. He's really defying those historical head-to-head numbers right now. Catalyst really just shut that door on Havoc, punishing the high ground from the ramp immediately. The momentum is shifting. Catalyst is starting to look like the favorite again as he pulls away with a critical pair of rounds. Havoc is refusing to back down, clawing right back into this as we approach the finish line. And just like that, the gap is completely erased. He just needs one more and he is absolutely on fire right now. Couple of lightning fast wins to put him in control. Absolutely effortless. Havoc closes the series out with a stunning display of speed. He really came through when it mattered most today. Catalyst had him beaten almost every other category, but he just couldn't hold the line. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. We have Havoc and Phantom stepping up for this match. The favorite looks strong, but can Havoc pull off an upset? Phantom really capitalized on that high ground to get the early lead. A great start for the current world number 1. Havoc is really aggressive with his movement, catching Phantom out on the ramp for a fast response. The top seed is clearly feeling the pressure right now. Phantom had no trouble dealing with that elevation, sliding into a nice early lead. The rank 1 seed is starting to flex that power. Havoc is really fighting for the lead here, taking a clean win from the ramp. The historical head-to-head heavily favors the top seed. Phantom is outdueling him consistently right now, refusing to let Havoc stay in the driver's seat. He looks sharp after those 3 straight losses today. Phantom is just too quick today, picking him off while he was still climbing that ramp. He's really taking advantage of that rating gap right now. That was completely effortless, and now he's really starting to tear through this match. He's completely taken over this match, securing a huge lead of 6-2. Havoc claims a close victory from the boxes to close the gap. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence after that recent 16-14 victory. He is making a real push here, showing some serious grit to keep this contest alive. The underdog is quickly making his presence felt in this series. Phantom looks exceptionally locked in with a 31-17 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggles he's faced in his most recent outings. He's definitely trying to reclaim his dominance here. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a textbook start for the world number 1. He's really utilizing that 58% map win rate to keep Havoc at a distance. New side, fresh start. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange on the ramp, clutching out with just 9 health. His 63% all-time win rate is really showing its weight here. Havoc really just shut him down from below, dragging the score a bit closer now. He's fighting back after that tough series of losses. Phantom gets a quick peek from the boxes and settles right back into control here. The top seed is managing to hold off the pressure. That was a fast clash on the ramp, and it looks like Phantom is just a few steps away from closing this out. The world number 1 is really taking control of this series. Havoc manages to clear that Tetris position, showing a bit more resistance here. A narrow lead to protect for the highest rated player in the league. Phantom secures the edge here, shutting down the ramp and bringing him to the verge of victory. He really looks like the favorite we expected from the start. Game over, Phantom seals the victory from the boxes to secure the series. He really put on a clinic today. Havoc put up a fight, but he just couldn't keep up with that raw speed. Welcome everyone. Today we've got Catalyst and Phantom going head to head on fast aim to see who comes out on top. What a chaotic start. Both players were shredded, but Phantom barely survives the exchange to take the opener. Phantom is really finding his marks early on, picking Catalyst right off that ramp. It's a promising start for the league's current #1. Catalyst takes total control of the pace from the ramp to pull things back to a near even score. He's historically on the head-to-head against the #1 seed. We are completely deadlocked with both players sitting at 2. He's on fire now, simply outclassing his opponent from the ramp to take a 3-2 lead. The world #1 looks completely rattled right now. Another clean take from the ramp as Catalyst extends his lead. He's really struggling to shake off that loss from their previous encounter. Absolute control now. He's just relentlessly stacking up these round wins. Phantom's 32-17 run over the last days and translating here. Phantom shows some grit, picking Catalyst off the window to cut the deficit to 2. A quick recovery to keep the scoreline tight. Catalyst is really pushing the pace here, just clearing Phantom right off that ramp. The world's top-rated player is really feeling the pressure right now. Catalyst is just too quick on those vertical angles, making that look effortless from the ramp. It's a tough spot for the top seed right now. He's just too strong from the ramp, picking up a 3rd straight win before the break. Everything is going south for the top seed right now. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly like the heavy favorite we expected. He looks sharp, while Phantom has to figure out a way to flip the script. Let's see if Phantom finds his rhythm. Phantom is comfortably leading in total career experience with over 17,000 matches under his belt. It is interesting because that sheer amount of game time usually correlates with a more composed response when trailing. He is definitely showing that maturity right now as he claws his way back into the match. He's just unstoppable right now, putting together a trio of rounds to put the pressure back on Catalyst. Catalyst shuts the door on that run with a precise shot from the window. He simply refused to let the momentum shift, strolling through another round without taking a single point of damage. Catalyst secures the advantage from the ramp, putting himself in a very strong position to close this out. Despite that higher map win percentage, the favorite is really struggling here. Phantom keeps the pressure high, proving he can withstand the heat in this climb. He's really hanging in there as the deficit shrinks. Catalyst just can't be shaken, securing another quick exchange from the ramp to put a real dent in the comeback attempt. He puts the pressure back on immediately, claiming another victory from the ramp to reach match point. A clean reaction from Phantom to stop the momentum and keep his hopes alive. The underdog is showing some real tenacity in this closing stretch. Unbelievable, Phantom claws back yet another round, surviving by a hair to keep this fight going. The poison display here is just incredible. He just completely wiped out the lead and forces the game into overtime. Pure insanity to see this game reset like that. A swift response from Catalyst to reclaim the lead and put his opponent on the defensive. Despite that ranking gap, he's showing exactly why he's the heavy favorite. What an answer. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to bring us dead, even in the overtime opener. The top seed is playing every bit the part of the favorite now. He secures another huge round, extending his lead to 14-13 in this incredible comeback. He is playing with far more composure than the early game suggested. A huge play from the ramp puts Phantom just one step away from victory. Absolutely staggering focus to close out that run. What a fight! Catalyst survives by the skin of his teeth to keep this series going. He's really digging deep to stay alive in this series. Catalyst fires back with a second straight win to tie the game at 15 apiece. Absolute nail-biter of a series so far. Phantom takes the lead with a nail-biting 16th round. We've hit a total stalemate with both at 16. Catalyst pulls ahead again to hold a narrow lead. A massive uphill battle for the top seed right now. Catalyst is surging ahead again with an 18-16 advantage. That's a terrifying amount of momentum shifting back his way. Phantom narrows it to 18-17 as the tension peaks. He is fighting for every single point in this series. Catalyst pushes it to 19-17 with a dominant play. He truly earned every bit of that victory in a marathon of a set. Just an unbelievable effort from both players today. What a match. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for this match between Havoc and Catalyst. Let's see if the favorite can close this out. Catalyst historically owns this matchup with a 71% lifetime win rate. He's clearly the better player on paper, but Havoc is coming off a very recent victory against him. It will be interesting to see if that mental edge carries over today. Havoc is looking sharp early on, easily cleaning up Catalyst from the wind position. Deadlock at 2 apiece. Things are heating up now. That's quite a contrast to the number 3 seed's recent form. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1, seizing the momentum. He's comfortably sitting in that top 5% for a reason. Absolute dominance as he secures another flawless round to extend that lead. He gets the better of his opponent here, clawing back to within 1. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, quickly picking him off the Tetris blocks. We're seeing a huge shift from those previous 5 meetings. Catalyst holds a slim edge, leading 5-4. An incredibly fast reaction to shut things down. Catalyst has put in a massive shift over the last day, going 26 and 24 in his recent matches. So yeah, he's definitely bringing a high level of confidence into this server. He looks far more settled than Havoc right now. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead. Well, he's holding a small advantage, just as we anticipated. Havoc is keeping the score close, but the top seed is firmly in the driver's seat. Time for a quick reset. Havoc is closing in on a tie at 6-7. He's fighting a steep uphill climb given that historical record. Havoc has finally leveled things up at 7-all. Catalyst is showing some great poise here, managing to shake off that little wobble from earlier. Catalyst manages to find him from the Tetris blocks and looks to be gaining some real ground now. A tight spot for the 8th seed to navigate. Catalyst manages to take him off the Tetris, extending his lead to 3. Tough way to follow that tight finish on Mappas. He just can't be stopped right now, knocking the other man off the Tetris to claim a 4th straight win. Things look much smoother for the higher rated player right now. Havoc quickly reacts to shut that run down. He's proving that the number 8 seed can compete today. A clean sweep for the favorite, leaving him just 1 round shy of victory. He's showing why the ladder has him ranked so highly. A chaotic exchange where both players landed hits, but Havoc managed to outlast him. A scrap for the ages, but the 8th seed came out on top. Game over. Catalyst seals the deal with a lightning fast kill to wrap this whole thing up. He really showed his class today, proving that the top 3 rank isn't just for show. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Havoc and Phantom facing off, with Phantom entering this match as the clear favorite. Phantom has this matchup firmly under control with a career 63% win rate. And you can see that confidence showing already after a strong start. Havoc needs to find some answers quickly, or this could become a very short series. Phantom keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. A look at the ladder confirms it, as he's currently our #1 ranked player. What a scramble. Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to clutch it out. His dominant 32-18 run today is continuing right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Havoc barely walks away from that fight intact. He's certainly putting on a fight despite the historical gap here. We've got a dead heat now. Havoc is finally tied up. The momentum has completely shifted since their last encounter. Phantom pulls ahead again, taking a narrow lead. It's a familiar story for these two. It's a total toss-up right now, and neither player is giving an inch as we head into the second half. Purely on paper, this shouldn't be this close. Phantom holds a slender 5-4 lead as we restart. He's definitely bringing that top seed energy to the server. Havoc is dealing with a tough stretch right now, coming in with a 5-9 record over the last day. And that lack of confidence seems to be weighing on him as the scoreline slips. If he can't find a way to disrupt Phantom's flow soon, this is going to be a very quick result. We're seeing a 7-5 lead for Phantom. The favorite is firmly in control and everything is going according to plan so far. He's just a bit more consistent with his shots right now. Time to see if Havoc can push back. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. He's really asserting that historical dominance in the overall head-to-head. Phantom's just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. Things are looking very similar to their recent battle on red line. These rounds are happening so quickly. Havoc is really fighting back to stay in this. A big confidence boost for the 8th ranked man here. Unbelievable. That was an absolute slugfest and he barely clings to life to keep this comeback moving. Just a few more frames like that and the gap disappears. Phantom's just shifted into another gear, now leading by 3. The top-rated player is simply too sharp right now. Phantom is simply too fast right now. Those last 2 rounds were basically over the second they started. Havoc keeps fighting and earns himself another look at the leaderboard. The underdog is refusing to let this series slide away. A completely clean frame for Phantom, putting him just a single round away from victory. The skill gap is really starting to peak here. Huge stop for the underdog, preventing the series from ending right there. That quick response really keeps the dream alive. He's not going down without a fight, keeping his composure to secure another frame. Game over. Phantom closes it out and seals the victory. He really had to dig in for that one, but the world #1 just can't be stopped. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who comes out on top today. Phantom is the current top seed on our rating system, and he's looking very sharp right now. It's interesting because Catalyst actually holds a solid historical advantage in their head-to-head record. We'll see if he can use that confidence to claw back into this set. He's just relentless right now, securing a third straight victory. The current world #1 is putting on a show. He's just not letting up, taking total control of the opening set. Hard to believe he's this outclassed given the head-to-head numbers. Finally, a response from Catalyst, putting a stop to that early run. He knows exactly how to deal with the top seed. Phantom has no problem dealing with that Tetris angle, putting a firm grip on this early stage. He's showing exactly why he holds the #1 spot. Catalyst is really quick on the draw, cleaning him up from that high point. A really surprising sight given the current favorite standing. Unreal, he survives on a prayer and clinches a second straight to keep this comeback alive. He's really scrubbing the blood off the pavement with those narrow escapes. A quick trade on the ramp and Phantom gets the upper hand, pushing the lead to 3 rounds. Both of these guys have been incredibly active over the last day. He manages to pick him off the ramp, showing some real grit in this series. Phantom has been the most dominant player today, boasting a 33-18 record across his matches. It's starting to look like his high volume of play is paying off, while Catalyst seems to be fighting a losing battle to stay in the game. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. I mean, this is a shocking turn of events since Catalyst was expected to cruise here. The underdog has really flipped the script on the favorite so far. Phantom's just out of reach now, pushing a 9-4 lead. He's certainly playing like the top dog of the ladder today. Phantom extends the gap to 10-4 after a crushing round. A stark contrast to the 1917 result we saw earlier on Fast Aim. Catalyst is keeping his hopes alive, refusing to just fade away while trailing by 5. Catalyst takes a clean shot from the ramp, showing a bit of a spark here. He's clearly not rattled by the deficit right now. Phantom is really tightening his grip on the lead, refusing to let Catalyst build any momentum here. Phantom is taking full advantage of his top seed status here. Catalyst is fighting for every single point now, proving he's not going to make this an easy ride. He's a known menace when it comes to this specific map. He has found the edge again and is now just 1 round away from victory. He's really showing why he entered this server as the favorite. Absolutely huge. Phantom seals the victory and closes the door on the match. Statement win right there. He's effectively erased that previous loss and looks completely untouchable in the server. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Catalyst facing off on Dunes today. Let's see if the underdog can pull off an upset. Havoc has traditionally struggled here, losing the vast majority of their head-to-head clashes, but he clearly has the map advantage today. It will be interesting to see if he can use that comfort to shut down a much higher rated opponent. Unreal, he survives on a sliver of health to take a 2-1 lead. Quite the turnaround from his recent loss to the number 3 seed. Havoc is absolutely dominating now with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's simply too fast right now, putting an iron grip on this match. A complete flip from their most recent encounter. He just doesn't miss. Havoc picks him right off the box for another victory. He's really making the top seed look human today. Catalyst answers back with a clean set of shots to keep things interesting. He's definitely the one with the historical edge here. Havoc claims the high ground again, and that cushion is starting to feel quite comfortable. His current form is a far cry from the struggles he faced against Phantom earlier. Catalyst is currently fighting an uphill battle given his strong 27-25 record over the last day. Well, it seems like he just can't find that same consistency in this specific match. The gap in their overall rating is practically irrelevant while Havoc is playing this aggressively. Catalyst is drowning, trailing 8-3 right now. A real struggle to maintain that top 5 ranking right now. Havoc takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, everything about this is a shock given Catalyst's long history of winning this matchup. The underdog is playing out of his mind right now. Time for a reset. Catalyst used the elevation to his advantage there, shutting down the momentum and putting a stop to that run. He's finally starting to play like the number 3 seed. Havoc is towering over him with a 9-5 cushion. It's a shocking contrast to the usual outcome for these two. An incredible reflex exchange from both players, but Catalyst had the faster reaction time in that mirror match. He's showing some serious grit, putting together a second straight round without breaking a sweat. He's continuing this surge, grinding back another round to narrow the deficit. The high seed is finally reclaiming his territory. A lightning fast exchange and the lead moves back in his favor. The top-rated player is feeling the heat now. The momentum has swung right back to the lower seed and he is now just 2 rounds away from a massive win. That was a wild brawl, but Havoc comes out on top to put himself a single round away from victory. Catalyst manages to dig in here, stalling the closing momentum for a moment. He's definitely not letting this slip without a fight. What a statement! Havoc closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He just completely disrupted the pattern today. It's not often he gets a result like this against such a dominant rival. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Havoc and Phantom facing off on mappas with the top-seeded Phantom entering as the favorite. Phantom normally holds a strong advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a crushing weight on Havoc, but the underdog has a real chance to break that pattern today if he can keep the pressure on early. Havoc is absolutely dominating with a huge 2-deal lead. The world number 1 is looking completely lost right now. Phantom claws back 1, but Havoc still holds the edge. He's having an incredible run with 34 wins today. Phantom just completely wiped the floor with that ramp position to even things up. The world's top-rated player is finally taking control. He's completely shifted the tide, putting together 3 straight rounds without breaking a sweat. The 1 seed is certainly making his presence felt here. He's just completely taken over this map, putting 4 straight in the bag. The top seed is simply outclassing the competition right now. Havoc answers back immediately to keep the game tight. That's a sharp response after the loss they had earlier today. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece. Total chaos now. This is a huge swing for the number 7 seed. Unbelievable reflex. He's completely seized the upper hand with 3 straight. The top seed is really feeling the heat now. The favorite answers back, bringing this duel to a dead heat. A battle of wills between the league's top 2 seeds. Phantom edges ahead, taking a thin 1-round lead. He's putting that massive 34-18 day to a great use. We're heading into the break, all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is really stepping up to the occasion here. He's fighting back hard against the top-ranked player on a map where Phantom usually looks nearly perfect. Havoc surges back into the lead at 7-6. He's certainly showing that those historical head-to-head numbers can be ignored. And we're back to a deadlock at 7-all. The top-rated player is showing that steady consistency once again. Havoc just secured a great look from the ramp to keep this momentum swinging his way. He really is putting up a fight against the best player in the league. Havoc is now just a few rounds away from the finish line, and honestly, it's a huge shift in dynamic considering he has a 48% win rate overall. He's completely ignoring the history here, putting the number 1 seed on the defensive for the first time today. He's just untouchable right now, extending that surge to 4 straight. A massive contrast to their last meeting on Blame Orange. Phantom manages to claw back around after a fierce exchange. A crucial win for the favorite to keep this within reach. Another clean sequence for the favorite, who's showing some serious grit to close the gap. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Havoc is back in control, and now he's just 1 victory away from the win. He's completely flipped the script on what we expected from this series. Phantom refuses to back down, keeping his hopes alive with a strong answer. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked side here. What a finish. Havoc closes it out and secures the victory with that final burst from the ramp. He just proved that rankings don't mean a thing once the round starts. Truly a gutsy performance to take down the world number 1. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a lifetime edge over Phantom in their head-to-head history, and frankly, he looks very comfortable on this particular layout. The gap in their success here should give him a lot of confidence as he looks to distance himself from the top seed. Catalyst is starting to put a real grip on this early stage, knowing exactly how to clear those ramps. Catalyst is simply too fast for him right now, using that height to put a huge amount of pressure on the start of this game. Phantom is fighting back, trailing just by 1 now. The current #1 seed is starting to show his teeth. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum here, making it a dead heat after that quick read on the ramp. The league's top-rated player is certainly making his presence felt. He secures another victory from the ramp, extending that hot streak to 3. Coming off a highly successful 34-18 run today, Catalyst comes out on top in a tight exchange, leveling the series. The world #1 is feeling the pressure right now. Phantom is playing the aggressor here, just picking Catalyst right off that box. It's an interesting spot for the favorite to be in. Phantom has been incredibly sharp today, pushing his overall win rate to 34-18. It's really helping him maintain that narrow lead as he tries to shake off Catalyst's lifetime advantage. We'll see if the top seed can close this out before a comeback happens. Phantom holds a comfortable 8-4 lead at the break. You know, Catalyst was supposed to run away with this one, but the underdog is simply outplaying him right now. He's looking dangerous after that big run. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Phantom is really putting on a clinic here, and he just secured another victory on the ramp. The higher rating on the ladder is really starting to show. Phantom extends his lead to 9-5, looking dominant. Catalyst is showing that legendary lifetime dominance in their rivalry. Catalyst just shut him down right there on the ramp, and the deficit is starting to shrink. It's a tight spot for the best player on the ladder. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. That top 5 placement isn't making this any easier for the underdog. Catalyst is playing the long game here, effectively catching Phantom out of position on the Tetris. Another flawless sequence for Catalyst, showing real grit as he keeps this rally alive. That's an incredibly quick response from the underdog. Phantom really just shut the door on him, catching Catalyst right there on the ramp. He's really starting to look like the top seed here. Huge counter strike there to shut down the momentum and bring the score to 12-8. And there it is. Phantom puts on a stunning display of skill to shut the door and take the match. He's really making a statement today, proving he can handle the heat even on a map where he usually struggles. This is a huge confidence boost for the top seed. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Havoc and Catalyst stepping up for this one, and the favorite faces a tough test here. Catalyst came out flying and caught Havoc right as he stepped up the ramp. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on early, making a huge statement with those first 2 rounds. The higher rated player is looking very sharp right now. He's absolutely crushing it, securing another win from the wine box to make it a perfect start. Havoc finds his footing, quickly taking the fight from the ramp to get back on the board. The underdog is proving he can trade blows with the favorite. He manages to hold the ramp again to secure another win, keeping his hopes alive. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect today. Unbelievable. He completely erases the deficit and levels the match up at 3. Complete flip from the start of this. He just can't be stopped, claiming a 4th straight win from the ramp. He's making a strong case for that top tier ranking right now. Catalyst answers back with a clean hit, picking him off the bricks to tie this up. This is a huge shakeup given their head-to-head history. Catalyst is starting to distance himself again, taking that duel while Havoc was perched up on the wine box. He's definitely playing like the more seasoned veteran in this series. What a result! He claims this one from the window to bring things completely level. It's anyone's game heading into the final stretch of the first half. Catalyst barely edges ahead with a narrow 6-5 late. His overall win rate is much higher than his rivals. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst. Everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. Even with the back and forth swings, the higher ranked player has a firm grip on this set. Fresh start for both players now. What a fight. He refuses to go away, clawing back a win in a brutal exchange that left him with almost nothing. Pure guts to pull that one off. It's such a sliver of health. Catalyst has clearly been the dominant force in their long-term history, owning a 71% victory rate in their past head-to-heads. And honestly, it feels like those old patterns are resurfacing as he pulls away here. I wonder if Havoc can find some fresh answers to break this momentum. He manages to secure another fast one from the wine box, showing plenty of heart in this comeback effort. That keeps the door open for a possible comeback. Catalyst is just too quick, shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold the ramp. Tough stretch for Catalyst lately, but he looks composed here. Havoc earns another win in a fierce battle on the ramp, proving he's not out of this yet. He's certainly not shaking under the pressure of this lead. He's refusing to let the lead slip away, securing back-to-back wins as the gap closes. The momentum shift is real for the underdog now. Catalyst is staying focused, shutting him down on the ramp to put some breathing room back between them. Havoc is refusing to break, cleaning him right off that ramp. This is exactly how the match started before the favorite took control. He's completely locked in, tying this series up in a perfectly timed duel. Absolute chaos for the higher seed in this set. Catalyst secures a decisive blow from the ramp, bringing him to the verge of victory. And that is it! Catalyst shuts the door with a final strike from the toolbox to close out the set. He really pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just barely found the extra gear where it mattered. He had to earn every single bit of that victory. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Havoc and Phantom stepping up to see who can take the win today. Phantom is having an incredible day with a 35-19 record over the last 24 hours. But coming into this, he's clearly the one under a lot of pressure to maintain that pace. It will be interesting to see if he can actually translate that momentum into a lead here. Phantom just stepped up and shut that down, picking Havoc right off the Tetris. He's traditionally the one with the upper hand in this head-to-head. Phantom has the height advantage this time, taking control from the boost to tie things up. The number 1 seed is starting to look like the favorite. Absolutely untouchable. He's now strung together 3 straight rounds. The top player in our rating is firmly in control. Havoc answers back from the Tetris to bring the set level at 3-3. The momentum shift is real after that 13-10 clash they had recently. Phantom edges ahead, claiming a thin lead at 4-3. He just seems to have the historical edge in these series. Havoc uses that high ground on the Tetris to bring us right back to a deadlock. He's showing zero fear against the league's number 1 rated player. Phantom secures a slim 1-round advantage at 5-4. The world number 1 is keeping his composure right now. Phantom is really flexing that historical weight right now as he's beaten Havoc in over 60% of their total meetings. So yeah, it's starting to feel like the natural order of things is asserting itself. We'll see if Havoc can find a way to break this trend. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, everything is going according to script here. He used that mid-half streak to build a solid cushion and looks very comfortable. Time to see if Havoc recovers. Phantom's really just owning those Tetris boxes right now, and he's putting the pressure on big time. Phantom is really capitalizing on his top-seeded status here. Phantom completely dismantled him from below, leaving Havoc staring down from the Tetris. It's a tough day at the office for the 7th ranked player. Phantom just walked right through that, picking Havoc off the Tetris to keep the heat coming. It's just another dominant day for the top seed. A flawless finish, and that's 4 in a row. Now he's just 1 point away from the win. Everything about this looks like the predicted outcome. He finds a way to push back, taking the round without losing a single point of health. What a finish! Phantom closes it out right now to secure the map victory. Havoc really tried to keep it competitive early on, but he just couldn't find an answer for that level of precision today. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom stepping onto Dunes for this match, where the favorite faces a serious challenge. Phantom normally has a massive advantage here since he wins over 60% of his matches on this map. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who has struggled to find a foothold in this specific environment. We'll see if the early lead is enough to shake him off. He just can't stop right now, extending his hold to a 3-0 lead. It's a huge shift from their last encounter on red line. Phantom answers back with a clean kill to get his first mark on the board. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. He's putting on a serious display of resilience, closing the gap to just 1 round. A tough spot for Catalyst, who's already dropping maps this week. What a turnaround. He's completely erased the deficit to even the score. The favorite is finally asserting his will on the server. He finds a way to clear the box, keeping this impressive run alive. He's taking full advantage of his superior rank here. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a 5th consecutive point. This looks like a textbook mismatch right now. That was a total slugfest, but he survives the trade to reach 6 straight. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-11 victory over Apex. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, digging in to keep the score tight. The underdog is starting to push back into the series. He puts together another fast exchange to push the lead to 7 before we head into the break. It's 8-4 in favor of Phantom. I mean, the underdog is really leaning into his map advantage here. Catalyst is looking completely lost right now, and this is starting to feel like a total blowout. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Looking at the overall history, Catalyst actually owns the head-to-head with a lead of 374 wins. He usually comes out on top in these clashes, and that long-term dominance seems to be kicking in now. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that historical edge into a full comeback. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another point to keep this surge going. It's a clear mental edge for the favorite in this series. He refuses to let the momentum slip, shutting down that brief rally and extending his lead to 10-6. That was an absolute breeze for him, taking full control with a flawless kill. He walks away from this one unscathed, bringing the tally to 7-11. He has managed a respectable 28-27 record across the board today. These rounds are getting shorter and shorter. Catalyst is just out-reacting him at this point. He is simply not missing a beat right now, keeping the pressure high with another quick drop. He is simply unstoppable, continuing this charge to pull within a single point. What an effortless kill to move within striking distance of the finish line. He manages to hold his ground after that scary stretch. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly finished, but Phantom claws out the victory to secure the map. That was a total nail-biter. He really had to dig deep for that final round to secure the series. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Havoc and Catalyst are stepping up for this duel, with Catalyst entering as the favorite today. What a frantic start. Both players were shredded, but Havoc manages to clutch out the first round by a threat. Catalyst dominates the head-to-head history, winning over 70% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear that he knows exactly how to handle Havoc in these high-pressure sets. The big question is if the higher-rated player can maintain that psychological edge here. Havoc is just cruising right now, leading 3-1. He's really trying to shake off that recent defeat from their last meeting. Catalyst is starting to put the pressure back on, showing why he's usually the one coming out on top. The number 3 ranked player is finally stabilizing. Havoc keeps climbing, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. That was an incredibly clean shot to take the lead back. Catalyst clawed back, but Havoc still holds a 4-3 lead. He's really having a tough run today with that 7-12 record. Havoc has a fairly rough recent record of 7-12. Well, it's a stark contrast to the confidence he's showing in this specific set. We'll see if he can push this momentum even further. Havoc is absolutely steaming ahead with a 6-3 cushion. He's managing to push the pace despite those losses to Phantom. He is refusing to back down, clawing his way back into this map. That was a quick response to keep this game within reach. Havoc is just relentless, pushing the gap to 7-4. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable here. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, we're seeing a complete flip from the historical trend. The higher ranked player is really struggling to find an answer for Havoc's aggression tonight. Let's see if Catalyst can wake up. Havoc is just running away with it at 9-4. A really tough spot to be in for the number 3 seed. Catalyst secures 1, but Havoc still leads 9-5. Still, a bit erratic for someone who's gone 28-28 today. The momentum is shifting, Catalyst is looking sharp and is starting to close that gap. He's on fire now, taking another round to put some serious pressure on Havoc. He's finally starting to act like the higher seeded player. A lightning fast reaction there to put a stop to that run. That was a tight battle they just had on fast aim. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, 2 fast rounds in a row, and he's nearly at the finish line. Catalyst really timed that right, catching Havoc just as he was stepping up the ramp. The resurgence continues as he secures another win to keep the pressure on. He's definitely not letting that lead slide without a fight. An absolute shutdown here, and that is another one for Catalyst as he keeps this rally going. He manages to secure another round, putting him just 1 step away from the win. Tense timing on that last exchange. A completely untoast round for the underdog, showing some serious grit in this comeback effort. Unbelievable! Havoc shuts the door with a perfect finish to secure the victory. That's a massive statement to make. The underdog really stood his ground when it mattered most. What a fight! welcome to the stream. We've got Havoc and Phantom facing off on Mapas with the heavy favorite looking to stay dominant. Phantom is comfortably the top-rated player in our league right now. It's a gap in skill that usually shows up in these head-to-heads. We have to see if Havoc can actually disrupt that pattern today. The momentum is totally shifting as he secures that third straight win from the ramp. He's certainly playing to that top seed status right now. Absolutely spotless. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Havoc manages to find a way back and takes the fight to the ramp. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom has a massive 5-1 lead heading into round 6. That overall head-to-head lead is really starting to weigh on this server. Phantom has a huge historical advantage here, winning about 64% of their total meetings. So yeah, he's essentially playing the role of the gatekeeper today. It'll be tough for Havoc to climb back if he can't find a way to slow this pace down. He barely survives that firefight from the ramp, digging deep to keep his run alive. A lightning-fast reflex play lets Havoc extend the tally to 2. Phantom still firmly in control with an 8-3 grip. It's a total contrast to that earlier match where he cruised to a 5-round lead. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He's using that 70% map win rate to keep things under control as we head into the switch. Time to shake things up. What a scrap. He narrowly survives that trade from the ramp to claw back another round. He's putting up a serious fight against the #1 seed. Absolutely untouchable in that exchange. He's showing some real grit to keep this comeback alive. Phantom still holds a slim 3-round lead here. He's really putting his dominant 37-19 daily record on display. Phantom catches him right as he's moving up the ramp, putting a real dent in any hopes for a comeback. He's looking like the #1 seed tonight. Phantom is still holding a tight 3-round edge. He's on a roll now, refusing to let his opponent pull away. The gap in their recent form isn't showing at all right now. He's just refusing to let up, pulling within 1 as this rally continues. The underdog has completely shifted the energy in this set. Phantom answers back immediately, regaining his footing to lead by 2. Just a brief glimpse of the gap between the top 2 seeds. He refuses to crumble, clawing back another round to bring this set within a single point. That was an incredibly clean snap for the response. Unbelievable. He's managed to level the playing field, bringing us to a dead heat at 11-11. Absolute chaos now that it's a total toss-up. A crushing blow from the favorite, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Tough break for the underdog after that high-speed reset. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom secures the victory with a clean final shot. He really pushed the favorite to the limit there, showing a lot more fight than their last encounter. What a battle! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off in Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom has been absolutely lethal lately with their 38-19 record over the last day. And looking at his current form, he really should be controlling the pace here. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that momentum into a full match win. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Looking at the long-term numbers, Catalyst generally owns this specific rivalry. Neither player is letting the other settle in. We've got a real toss-up on our hands right now. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, leading 3-2. It's a surprising turn given he's holding the top spot on our rating. And just like that, Phantom levels the playing field. That #1 ranking is really starting to show. Incredible reaction. He barely survives that exchange and manages to claw out a win. Completely effortless shot to keep the momentum rolling. A tough stretch for someone who normally dominates this pair. He's just too quick right now, strolling into a 4-game streak. Hard to shake that 13-10 defeat from their last encounter. A flawless exchange, extending the streak to 5. He's really capitalizing on those strong map-specific numbers. He manages to close this out and gets a result before the side switch. Needs some resilience here to shake off those last few losses. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly the underdog is playing a different game right now. He's capitalizing on a high 66% map win rate to keep Catalyst on the defensive. Time to shake things up. He's showing some real grit here, managing to shut down the momentum and carve out a path back into this series. He really needed this one to steady his nerves. Unbelievable. He walks away from that chaotic scramble with just a sliver of health remaining. He's really clawing his way back into this match now. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom is really putting that league-leading form on display. It's a complete shift in dynamics since he's coming into this specific duel on an impressive 4-game winning streak. It's becoming quite a challenge for Catalyst to find an answer. The momentum has swung completely back to Phantom, who now puts up a massive 4-round cushion. Catalyst answers right back, shutting down that run of momentum. The overall record in this rivalry actually favors him. Phantom just snatched that round, taking Catalyst right off the wine to reach match point. The favorites always seem to find a way when the pressure mounts. What a finish. He closes the series with a clean shot to take the whole map. He's really on a tear right now, showing us exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Havoc and Catalyst facing off to see who can take the win. Catalyst enters this one with a huge lifetime advantage, having won over 70% of their meetings. But Havoc is the one who took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that confidence going against a much higher rated opponent. Catalyst holds the lead, but Havoc is fighting back. The top 5% of the league is feeling some pressure. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is really making the most of his reaction time right now. Catalyst is dominating, pushing his lead to 4-1. His rank as top 3 on the ladder is showing. He just picks Havoc right off the ramp to keep this run going. He's really leaning into that historical advantage. Havoc manages to put a stop to that momentum, cutting the deficit to 3. A fierce trade of shots here, but the resilience is paying off as he keeps the streak alive. It's a complete shift from how these two usually match up. Catalyst is sitting on a strong overall win rate of 68%. And it's clear that this consistent level of play is exactly why he's the favorite here now. He just needs to maintain his composure and shut down this early surge from Havoc. Catalyst is just too precise from that vertical advantage, keeping Havoc pinned down on the ramp. He's really getting back into his flow after a tough run of games today. Catalyst still has a healthy cushion, leading 7-4. He's showing some real grit given the historical gap between them. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Things are playing out exactly as we anticipated given his high win rate on this map. He looks very comfortable out here. Time to see how Havoc responds. Catalyst is just too strong from that elevated spot, shutting down any attempt from the ramp. He's definitely bounced back from that loss earlier today. Catalyst is cruising right now, sitting firmly at 10-4. He's looking much more composed than in those previous losses today. He puts on a clinic here, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. He's truly living up to that 3rd place ranking right now. Havoc manages to put a stop to the onslaught by picking Catalyst off the boxes. That's a tough break for the 3rd ranked player right now. Havoc is really putting on a surge here, refusing to go quietly despite the lead Catalyst built up. He just won't stop dragging Catalyst right off that box to secure another win. He's certainly making a case for himself as a threat today. And he's back in control, shutting down that rally from the ramp to reach match point. He's really showing why he entered this server as the favorite. Absolute perfection on the final play. He closes it out with a total shutdown to secure the victory. He just completely took over the server. That's another big win for the number 3 seed and a great way to snap his losing streak. Welcome to the show, everyone. Havoc and Phantom are facing off on fast aim, though Phantom enters this one as the favorite. Havoc makes a strong start, catching Phantom while he was trying to hold the ramp. An early shock for the world number one. Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, using those planks to keep the pressure high. A very tough way to start for the world number one. Absolutely flawless. He shuts things down from the window to take a huge lead. Phantom has usually dominated their history together, but he's looking lost. Phantom shows some real grit, quickly picking him off the ramp to get back into this. He needed a highlight like that to start chipping away at this lead. Havoc is just shutting everything down, quickly deleting Phantom as he stepped up onto the ramp. The number one seed is really struggling to find an answer here. He manages to outduel Havoc right off the ramp, showing some real fight here. Still very much in control despite the shaky start. He just completely dismantled him right off the wine box to keep this recovery alive. Havoc secures a great vantage point on the toolbox to keep his lead intact. The top seed usually makes quick work of these encounters. That was effortless. He's continuing this push to close the gap on the scoreboard. It's a much tighter series than the seedings suggested. Phantom just shuts him down on the ramp to level the score. He's really starting to look like the heavy favorite now. Havoc really punished him for trying to play high on the toolbox there. He's really making his opponent work for every single round today. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Havoc is proving he can hold his own against the top seed today. Expecting a sweep from Phantom was too optimistic given how tight this is. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc edges ahead by 1 in a total nail-biter. He's fighting a huge hill to climb given that lifetime head-to-head record. Havoc is just continuing to punish Phantom's positioning, picking him off the ramp for another fast round. An unusual day for the top-rated man in the league. He secures another effortless kill from the wine box to stay in control. He's completely flipped the script from their last meeting today. Phantom stays sharp on the ramp and finds a clean opening to keep the pressure on. He's finally finding some answers against his opponent. He effortlessly clears him off the ramp as the comeback continues. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. Emotion mid-Phantom has had a strong day with 39 wins in the last 24 hours. It's a massive contrast to how he's actually playing in this specific set. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain his composure with the scoreline slipping away Emotion mid. He shuts down the comeback attempt entirely and is now just 1 round away from victory. The gap in skill on paper is virtually non-existent today. Unbelievable, Havoc closes out the series with an absolute stunner of a performance. Huge statement from the underdog to shake up the standings. He really stood his ground today and earned every bit of that victory. What a performance! Welcome back to the arena. We have a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on Phantom in this duel. Phantom makes a strong start by utilizing that Tetris position to secure the first point. Catalyst really knows how to find success on this map since he boasts a 71% win rate here. It explains why we're seeing such a balanced start to this particular duel. He just needs to stay consistent to prove he's the better man today. Whoa, he barely manages to survive that scrap from the box after taking a huge amount of damage. Unbelievable. He almost goes down but manages to scramble out of that carnage to claw back a point. This is a great response from the top 5% seed. Phantom holds a commanding 2-round lead right now. He's looking dangerous today after that 39-20 run overall. Phantom is just dominating, putting Catalyst way behind. The world number 1 is really asserting his authority early. Catalyst is showing a lot of grit here, quickly shutting that down to bring the score to 3-5. Phantom is just too quick for him today, simply refusing to let Catalyst breathe after that close call in the previous round. What a display of composure. He wipes the floor with his opponent and keeps the pressure on. Catalyst actually leads the head-to-head series with over 300 wins against Phantom. Well, seeing him trail by 3 rounds right now shows just how much momentum the number 1 seed has today. It will be interesting to see if he can pull back into this. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to run away with this one, but he's just not hitting his shots. He needs a huge shift in performance if he wants to salvage this series. Let's see a new spark here. Phantom just refuses to step down from that perch, shutting this one down in a flash. That's a dominant showing from the ladder's top seed. Phantom is simply cruising now with a massive 10-4 lead. The top seed is really finding his peak form today. He just keeps up the pressure, holding that box to take his 3rd straight round. He just doesn't let up, putting Catalyst in his crosshairs and bringing us to match point. The top seed is putting on a total clinic. What a clutch play. He barely clings to life with an incredibly thin margin of health to secure the round. A crucial stand there to keep the dream alive. Game over. Phantom closes the door with a lightning fast finish to secure the victory. It's a huge statement for the top seed, especially considering the long history Catalyst has over him in this rivalry. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst take the stage on orange, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Catalyst has dominated the historical numbers by taking 71% of their lifetime encounters. It is quite telling that Havoc is finally starting to break that pattern today. The real challenge will be if he can maintain this pressure as the match progresses. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we enter round 3. It is a high-stakes clash between two top 5 rated duelists. Absolute control from Catalyst, taking this one without taking a single point of damage. Havoc answers back instantly, keeping this game tight. His rank 3 status usually gives him a massive edge here. We've got a complete deadlock at 3-all. A completely different story compared to their last encounter. Catalyst edges back in front with a 4-3 lead. He's definitely using that higher seed advantage to hold his ground. Neither one of these players is blinking. We've seen 4 rounds in a row that are basically a coin flip. Catalyst holds the lead by a single round. Coming into this, it felt like he had a massive weight on his shoulders. Catalyst has a commanding historical record with over 700 wins against this opponent. It is clear that this momentum is carrying over into today's performance. If he can keep this pace, Havoc is going to be fighting a very uphill battle to get back into this. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It is a very steady start for the higher seed. He is playing exactly to his rank and looks comfortable in this lead. Havoc really needs a spark here. Whoa, he almost went down, but manages to claw back a victory in a complete firefight. He's really fighting to flip the script on this particular map. He's refusing to go away, picking up another clean round to keep this rally going. He's starting to look like the aggressor in this series. He's absolutely on fire right now, extending his run with another perfect exchange. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit and forced a deadlock in the series. Catalyst puts a stop to that momentum, reclaiming a narrow lead. What a response. He completely resets the server to a dead heat at 9-all. The underdogs have completely flipped the script on this one. A gritty victory for Havoc, absorbing a few hits before shutting things down to take the lead. He's showing incredible poise in these late game exchanges. Completely clean win here, and is now just 2 steps away from victory. A completely unexpected turn of events for the higher seeded player. A sharp reaction there from Catalyst to halt that momentum. His rating as the world number 3 is certainly starting to show. We are seeing some incredibly fast exchanges lately. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. Another efficient exchange puts him in a prime position to close the series. He's making the higher seed earn every single point tonight. Absolutely cold-blooded from Catalyst to force this clash into overtime. Catalyst really punishes him for playing on the ramp. He is putting an immense amount of pressure on Havoc right now. This is certainly a familiar result given their track record. He just cannot stop this run, surging forward with 3 straight points. He's definitely found his stride after that rough start to the day. Havoc digs deep to keep this overtime thriller alive. The gap in their current ratings is practically non-existent right now. Pure resilience from Havoc, holding that ramp to keep the series deadlocked. Man, the pressure is unbelievable in this series. He's completely locked in and refused to give an inch. He simply outreacted him in that exchange to bring the score to 15-14. What a moment he's managed to force this deadlock and puts himself in a position to end it all right now. Catalyst just barely clings to the lead at 16-15. Catalyst stays out in front with a 17-15 edge. His recent win against Havoc on the red line seems to be paving the way here. Havoc narrows the gap to 17-16 after that clutch win. The tension is peaking as they trade blows in these final moments. Catalyst keeps his grip on the lead at 18-16. He's simply showing why he's got that higher seed in this series. Havoc claws back to within one, sitting at 17-18. Both competitors have completely forgotten about the initial seedings. Catalyst is just barely holding onto a 2-point cushion. He barely survived that final push, but he manages to maintain the edge in overtime. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome to Italy for this match. Havoc takes on Phantom today, and the favorite looks very strong going into this one. Phantom carries a massive 64% win rate when these two face off. He's generally been the one to dominate this rivalry. We're seeing those historical trends flip for a moment, so let's see if he can reclaim his usual control. Phantom is now just one step clear of Havoc. The world number one is asserting his dominance early. He's simply too fast, extending his lead with another clean sweep. The number one rated player is looking nearly flawless today. He's just on a different level right now. Cruising to a 4-round streak. Simply a total lockdown from the favorite, who's now 5 straight. He's playing exactly like the top seat on the ladder should. Unreal Havoc barely survives that exchange, clutching out the victory with a tiny sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. He is refusing to go away, securing another round to keep this pressure mounting. It's becoming a much tighter contest than expected. Phantom has really been in fine form today with a 40-20 record over the last 24 hours. That consistency is exactly why he was such a strong favorite coming into this meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. Phantom holds a 3-round cushion as we hit 11. He's certainly justifying that #1 spot on the ladder. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out as we expected. He's clearly the stronger player here, but Havoc has fought hard to keep this close. Let's see who finds the rhythm now. Pure chaos in that trade. Phantom barely scrapes through that one to push his lead to 8. He's really justifying that top seed status right now. Havoc is showing real grit, swiftly picking him off the wine to narrow this gap. Just a quick decisive reaction from the underdog. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Still looking like the best player on the ladder. Phantom's firmly in control with a 10-6 lead. This looks like a repeat of his recent victory over Catalyst. Havoc is digging in his heels here, fighting back to stay within striking distance. He's fighting to bring a similar result to their last clash on fast aim. Phantom is putting on a show and he's really extending the distance here. He looks as sharp as his top rank suggests. A sudden stop to that momentum. Phantom is now just 1 away from the victory. What a way to wrap it up. Phantom closes the door with a perfect finish to take the series. He's just putting on a clinic today, really showing why he's sitting at the top of the mountain. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on dunes to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom usually finds a lot of success on this map, winning 63% of his games here. He's also coming in with some massive momentum from a strong day. It'll be interesting to see if the early lead for Catalyst changes the dynamic. Catalyst is really heating up with a 2-1 edge. The top seed is finally starting to wake up. The momentum has completely shifted. Phantom is looking very sharp right now. It's a familiar sight, recalling how they matched up on the other map. Absolutely effortless. He's really starting to take control of this series. He is definitely making the most of his top seed status. He's simply on another level right now, securing a 4th straight round in a blur. Catalyst manages to answer back, keeping this tight at 4-3. The historical head-to-head favors the number 3 seed here. What a scrap. That was an incredibly close exchange, but he manages to secure the equalizer. What a fight, but he outlasts the pressure to secure a 3-round streak. That's the best player in the league feeling the heat. He's just too fast right now, extending his lead with another straight victory. A tough spot for the top seed to be in right now. A quick response from Phantom to keep the gap tight. He's really putting his number 1 rank on display. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 7-5. You know, this is exactly how we expected the series to start. He's holding a narrow lead and looking strong as the favorite going into the second half. Sides swapped. Let's get back in. Phantom claws back, trailing Catalyst by just a single round. He's certainly playing up to that number 1 ranking right now. Catalyst holds the historic head-to-head lead with 374 wins over his opponent. He's proving that his experience against the top seed matters even when the momentum shifts. It will be interesting to see if he can push this advantage further. And just like that, Phantom ties it up at 8-all. His recent performance across the board has been truly stellar today. A really quick exchange there. Just pure reaction time winning that round. We are deadlocked at 9 apiece, a total stalemate. That 41-20 record from today is certainly reflecting in his confidence. Phantom surges ahead, taking a narrow 10-9 lead. He's putting the league's top rating on full display. Everything is coming back to a standstill. Neither player can really pull away from the other right now. This one is completely wide open for the home stretch. Unreal. He barely survives a chaotic exchange from the box to take a narrow lead. His current form is clearly mirroring the dominant victory in their previous encounter. Neither of these two can blink. We've got an absolute deadlock as we head toward the finish line. Phantom stays perfectly composed in a drawn-out duel to move into match point. The pressure is mounting as he searches for that final round. And there it is, an absolute shutdown to close out the series in favor of Phantom. He just couldn't close the gap when it mattered most. This whole series was such a grind for both of them. What a fight! Welcome everyone. We are on Mappas for this duel between Havoc and the favored Catalyst. Let's see who takes it. Catalyst has controlled the head-to-head battle, winning 71% of their career meetings. It's a heavy historical advantage to overcome. But looking at the current set, Havoc is clearly playing with a different level of confidence. He's absolutely taking over this start, finishing the round without taking a single hit. The veteran shows some grit here, digging in to stop that initial roll. The early favorite is finally starting to settle in. He's staying sharp, shutting down that momentum shift completely with a quick read. The pressure is clearly mounting for the lower seed. Havoc keeps the lead as Catalyst trails by 2. He's proving to be quite a handful for the number 3 seed. A complete shutdown there, showing plenty of resolve to chip away at that lead. He's looking far more composed than he did in the early rounds. Catalyst just wipes him off the ramp, bringing this set complete level. His skill level is finally translating to the scoreboard. Havoc really used that height to his advantage, taking control from the ramp to secure the round. A huge boost for Havoc after that rough 7-13 loss to Phantom. Havoc has won 9 rounds today. It's an interesting trend when you consider his overall win rate is below 50%. He's really playing above his usual standard here, and it's putting the top 5 seed on the defensive. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a surprising turn of events. He's completely defying that historical 71% loss rate against Catalyst and looks ready to steal this match. Time for a fresh start. He's continuing to put up a fight, securing a clean entry to keep this series competitive. The gap in their ladders isn't showing up on the board right now. It's a real battle for the high ground now, and Havoc is coming out on top in these trade-offs. The number 3 seed is starting to look vulnerable here. He's showing real toughness right now, shutting down the exchange without conceding a single point of damage. We're seeing some real volatility from the favorites today. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after that shootout, managed to take Catalyst off the ramp. That was an incredibly tight exchange. An effortless exchange to keep the comeback alive, bringing the score to 9-8. The favorite is starting to claw back into this thing. Havoc pulls ahead again, now leading 10-8. The momentum shift is palpable despite the gap between them in the rankings. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, moving just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. Just a drastic shift from their closing counter on Blame Orange. He's staying remarkably steady, securing a crisp victory to close the gap further. He is fighting hard to keep this series within reach. Another quick strike from the ramp puts him just 1 round away from the victory. The top 5 seed is staring down a very unlikely defeat. He's refusing to go down easy, keeping the dream alive with another hard-fought exchange. The resilience is real for the favorite, shutting the door on that momentum shift. We are seeing an incredibly high level of play from both of them. What a finish. Havoc survives that brutal exchange to secure the victory. He really dug deep to flip the script today, outlasting his opponent in a total nail-biter. Just an incredible display of will. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Havoc and the heavily favored Phantom facing off to see who takes the win. Phantom wasted no time getting the upper hand, catching Havoc right as he stepped up the ramp. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, catching Havoc. As soon as he tried to hold those bricks, he certainly looks every bit the league's top-rated player so far. Havoc just proves he can keep up, shutting Phantom down as he tried to push from the ramp. He's already played a lot of matches today, so he's well warmed up. Phantom didn't let him stay up there for long, shutting down that high ground play immediately. Phantom really has a psychological edge here, winning about 64% of their lifelong matchups. That deep history of success is clearly fueling his confidence today. The real question is if Havoc can find a way to flip the script before the gap becomes insurmountable. Phantom holds a commanding 5-2 lead heading into round 7. He's certainly been on a tear with 42 wins today. Havoc is showing a lot of grit, securing another round to keep the pressure mounting. He's really digging in now, refusing to let the lead slip further away from him. A huge swing of confidence for the underdog right now. Phantom really just extinguished that brief spark from Havoc, catching him instantly on the ramp. What a scrap! Havoc manages to outlast him in a brutal exchange right on the ramp. Both of them are just trading blows right now. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, Havoc is completely neutralizing the world #1 right now. He's fighting way above his rank, completely erasing the gap we expected to see in this series. Let's see if the momentum shifts. He takes control from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge to reclaim the lead. An unexpected turn of events for the favorite. Phantom answers right back with a clean shot on the wine box to bring this all back to a dead heat. It's a stark contrast to the blowout result they had in their previous meeting. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. He's keeping that dominant pace from his earlier match today. Phantom is on fire now, securing a high ramp vantage point to keep this streak rolling. He's refusing to go away, punishing the target from the wine box to close the gap further. Phantom's current day has been an absolute tear, with that high 42-20 record leading the league pulse. It's starting to look like he's just too consistent for anyone to handle. He's firmly back in the driver's seat as the game enters the closing stretch. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Havoc clutches out a miracle victory with almost nothing left in the tank. Unreal, he barely escaped that one with his life. Everything is back to a razor-thin margin. We're essentially staring at a coin flip now. Phantom secures the lead and brings us to match point after a pinpoint strike from the ramp. A clean sweep of the last two. And that's it. Phantom finishes him off the ramp to close out the series. Havoc really pushed him to the brink this time, making the #1 seed sweat for every single point. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Orange for this intense 1v1 duel. Phantom is clearly in the form of his life with a 43-20 record today. It's interesting because he's typically the one playing catch-up in their historical matchups. I wonder if that early loss will push him to tighten up. Phantom is starting to run away with a 2-1 lead. He's really making a case for that number 1 seed. The momentum has completely shifted and we're back to a even deadlock. Catalyst really looks comfortable holding his own against the top seed. Phantom has the edge now with a 3-2 advantage. It's a high pressure spot for Catalyst after those tough losses earlier today. We are locked in a total stalemate at 3-3. He's showing exactly why he holds the historical lead in this rivalry. Catalyst is really starting to build some serious steam here. The higher rated man is suddenly on his heels. Another effortless pick for the man in the lead, taking total control of this series. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, claiming a 4th straight win. He's clearly shaken off that defeat he had from earlier. He's just not letting up, extending that streak to 5 straight. The number 1 seed is looking completely lost today. He's absolutely tearing through the competition, putting a wrap on this stretch of rounds. Tough spot for the world number 1 to be in. Catalyst takes a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is playing exactly how we expected. He's completely running away with this side of the map. Time for Phantom to answer back. Catalyst is firmly in command with an 8-round lead. It's a surprising turn of events because the top-rated player in the league usually has a huge advantage on this specific map. We have to see if Phantom can find a way to push back. Phantom managed to sneak one through earlier, but he's still struggling to get any real footing in this match. The momentum swings right back, putting him just 1 point away from victory. That's a really clean pair of rounds for him. And that is it. He shuts the door with a lightning-fast shot to secure the win. He really just broke that win streak wide open and refused to let it go. A statement victory for sure. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for this one, where Havoc takes on the heavily favored Catalyst. Catalyst really owns the head-to-head with a massive 71% win rate over the years. It's a stark contrast to their most recent encounter where Havoc managed to take the win. I wonder if that one victory can actually help Havoc shake the pressure today. Lightning fast reaction from the leader, who's now completely taking over this set. What a scrap. He nearly goes down, but manages to outlast the opposition in a desperate trade. Havoc is showing a lot more fight than expected here. Catalyst is cruising now with a commanding 4-1 lead. The rank 3 player is starting to put on a show. That was an effortless finish to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. He's proving that the early predictions aren't a lock. He just swept that away, picking Catalyst right off the wind. The gap on the ladder is starting to look a lot smaller. Unbelievable, he has completely raised that early deficit to even the score. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Catalyst shuts things down from the wind to retake his lead. That's a stark contrast to his tough 10-13 loss against Phantom earlier. Absolute precision here to bring things back to a dead heat. A quick response to put everything back on the line. Havoc catches him right off the Tetris and keeps climbing back into this. The former favorite is starting to look very vulnerable here. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Honestly, Havoc is playing way above his rank right now. He's fighting the higher seeded player point for point, and the pressure is definitely on Catalyst to find a way to pull ahead. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. The top 3 talent is really beginning to show. Catalyst is moving with a lot of confidence now, having put up a very solid 31-33 record today. Seeing him regain this control is a bit of a relief given how volatile his last few series have been. He's finally stepping up to the level we expect from a top 3 player. Catalyst is now pushing a tight 9-7 lead. He's clearly feeling the impact of that big victory over Phantom. He puts him right back on the ground, pulling another win out of the air to keep this run alive. It's getting much closer than the initial predictions suggested. Goodness, what a scramble! He barely edges it out to tie the series up at 9-9. What a time to be alive. We've got a complete reset here. Catalyst just grabs the 10-9 lead in this nail-biter. It's a tough spot for the 6th ranked player here. What a response! He's digging in deep to keep this battle perfectly leveled. He's refusing to back down, outshining his opponent once again to take the lead. These last few rounds have just been a complete blur, neither of them giving an inch. Havoc is really fighting for his life tonight. He secures another win from the Tetris, putting him just one step from victory. He's putting a huge amount of pressure on the higher seed now. A total shutdown to level things up. We are headed straight into overtime. A true battle of wills between 2 absolute titans. Just a blur of movement, and he completely shuts the door on that exchange. The momentum is completely shifted for the lower seed now. Another clean sweep for Havoc, who is showing incredible grit in this late stage. Catalyst keeps his composure here, staying right in the mix after those back-to-back losses. A fast recovery to keep the pressure high. He's absolutely refusing to crumble, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. His consistency throughout the day is truly impressive. Catalyst finds the shot and shuts him down from the Tetris. The resilience from the higher seeded side is purely incredible. Incredible. Havoc seals the series and completes a wild recovery to take the match. Just an absolute war of attrition in overtime. He really proved that those career stats don't matter once the game starts. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Red Line. Havoc and Phantom are facing off now, though the favorite is definitely Phantom tonight. Phantom has really owned his head-to-head, securing a win in 65% of their lifetime meetings. It makes sense why the rankings put him at the top of the league right now. We'll see if Havoc can find a way to break that pattern. Completely different story now, and he's just totally in control of this match. That's a lot of success for the world number one today. He refuses to fold under the pressure, clawing back another round. He's proving he can trade blows with the higher ranked player. He secures the advantage from the ramp, putting a real dent in that early lead. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to look smaller. Phantom really likes using those Tetris blocks to keep the pressure high. He's really leaning on that top ranking today. Unbelievable. Shot. He almost went down, but he barely scrapes through to keep this run alive. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Phantom has been incredibly hot over the last day, going 43-21 in his total matches. It's giving him a lot of confidence to lean into that early lead. We'll see if Havoc can find any way to shut him down. They both fought for the high ground there, but Phantom just proved too fast on the draw. The number one seed is just continuing his dominant form. That's another clean shot, and he continues to chip away at the lead. That was a swift exchange to get back in the game. Phantom shuts him down from the ramp and just keeps pushing the pace. He's definitely showing why he holds the top spot on the ladder. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom. We're seeing exactly what we anticipated coming into this one. He has a strong grasp on the lead, though Havoc is staying within striking distance. Time to swap sides. Phantom's now sitting pretty with a comfortable 8-5 lead. He's looking incredibly consistent after that earlier 13-10 victory against him. Phantom is just taking over now, securing yet another round from the Tetris. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel real. Havoc just completely shuts down that high ground, putting a real wrench in Phantom's momentum here. He's definitely fighting the uphill battle against that Marwan rating. Keeps the pressure on, shutting down the opposition from the ramp. He's starting to look like the aggressor in these exchanges. Phantom is just too quick, picking him up from the Tetris to move even closer to a win. He really knows how to close out these sets. Havoc manages to outduel him from the Tetris, refusing to let the game slip away. The underdog is refusing to back down from this fight. He digs in deep, managing to clear out the Tetris blocks for another win. A complete shift in energy to start this stretch. Phantom puts his footing back on the ramp to shut that momentum swing down immediately. Consistency is key for the top seed tonight. A huge play from the ramp, and the veteran is now just one win away from victory. He just completely extinguished any hope of a comeback momentum. He keeps fighting. That's another crucial victory for the underdog in this desperate push. The momentum is shifting and now the gap feels wide open. He just won't quit, extending this run to push the score to 11-12. His confidence is starting to shake as the gap closes. What a finisher. Phantom closes it out from the ramp to take the victory. He really pushed him to the brink there, but the world number one just had too much grit. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off today on Mappas for a great match. Phantom is historically the best player in our rating system, which makes this a really intriguing match, since he's typically the favorite but often finds himself on the losing end of their head-to-head history. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip that script today. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on Phantom right now. His recent form has been far more consistent lately. It's a total deadlock. We're seeing some incredible back and forth action as both players trade rounds. Phantom edges ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's certainly capitalizing on his dominant map history here. A quick shift in power as he claims his third straight round. He's certainly mirroring that a dominant 44-21 run from earlier today. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely survives with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. He's certainly playing up to that top spot on the ladder. Tough brawl here, but Catalyst holds his ground to stop the slide. He's showing exactly why he was the underdog in the prediction. Phantom is currently maintaining a strong 44-21 record for the day. And that high level of consistency is really helping him distance himself from Catalyst. It's going to be a heavy climb for Catalyst if he can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Phantom is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. He's definitely making that #1 spot on the ladder felt. Phantom holds a comfortable 8-4 advantage going into the break, while Catalyst was the projected winner. But we're seeing a real reversal of roles. He's really struggling to keep pace with the world #1 right now. Fresh starts for both now. Phantom is really taking advantage of that ramp, using the height to keep the pressure on. His current form is just a world above what we've seen today. Catalyst is really showing a lot of grit, proving he can still trade blows with the #1 seed. Phantom is just relentlessly cruising toward the finish at 10-5. Looking really comfortable out there as he asserts his authority. Catalyst claws one back to make it 6-10. He's fighting to regain that overall edge in their lifetime rivalry. Phantom is making this look like a straightforward victory, really capitalizing on the gap between them right now. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that encounter and now stands a single round away from the victory. Talk about the nail-biter, surviving with almost nothing left. A sharp response from Catalyst to keep the dream alive. A little bit of a survival instinct kicking in for the underdog. Unbelievable, he survives on a prayer and closes out the match in a total war of attrition. He finally puts an end to that long string of losses against his rival, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the mountain. Welcome to the stream. Havoc and Catalyst are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to maintain his lead. Catalyst has won 71% of their encounters historically, which really highlights the gap in their long-term rivalry. But we have to remember that Havoc actually took their most recent battle. It'll be interesting to see if that recent victory gives him a mental edge here. Catalyst is just too sharp right now, punishing Havoc while he was stuck in the window. He's certainly playing like the top 4 seed right now. Catalyst is just too quick, catching Havoc before he could even react from the wine box. He's definitely playing his way back toward the top 4 ranking. That's another completely untouched exchange, and he's now firmly in control of the pace. The top 4 rank is looking very justified right now. And another one. He just picked Havoc right off the ramp to keep this run alive. His current form today is looking a lot more consistent. He simply refuses to slow down, popping Havoc right off the toolbox to maintain this grip. The seed gap is starting to show herself in this series. Havoc manages to get a clean shot from the ramp to snap the streak. That's a bold response from the number 6 rated player. Catalyst is just too fast for him, effortlessly shutting down Havoc while he was stuck in the window. Catalyst really took advantage of the high ground there, simply picking Havoc off the toolbox. He's firmly in the driver's seat right now. Unreal, Havoc barely clings to life after that absolute slugfest, just barely scraping through. Havoc is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this game. Catalyst is comfortably ahead 8-4. Things are going exactly as the analysts predicted before the start. He's comfortably in the lead though. Havoc has managed to stay in the fight. Time to see a new perspective. Catalyst manages to hold that window position, keeping himself comfortably in control of the scoreline. That's a really strong showing so far for the number 4 seed. Catalyst is just picking him apart from that wine box, putting himself in a really strong position to wrap this up. He's back in his flow, quickly clearing Havoc off the ramp to extend the lead. Catalyst is absolutely dominating, moving into match point with an incredible 4-round run. A quick reaction from Havoc to pull him right off the toolbox. Just a brief moment of hope for the underdog. And that's it. Catalyst takes the final fight and seals the match right here. That historical dominance is just too much to overcome, as the favorite proves exactly why he's ranked where he is. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Havoc and Phantom facing off today, with the top seed looking to maintain their lead. Phantom really came out swinging to start this off, catching Havoc, even with the height advantage. That's a solid start for the current #1 seed. Phantom is the clear favorite here with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's definitely the one we expect to control the pace, though Havoc is fighting hard to shake off a tough day. Absolute precision here, and he just secures another one for himself. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another clean win from the box. A completely opposite result from their most recent duel. He's showing some real grit here, clawing back another round to narrow the gap. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 5-2. Despite his ranking, the top seed is looking quite vulnerable right now. He survives the early pressure and manages to turn the tables, bringing the score to 5-3. It's an interesting shift in dynamic, given the expectations. He's starting to mount a real charge now, taking full control of this exchange. He's starting to look like the powerhouse we expected coming into this. Unreal, he scrapes through with a sliver of health to tie things up at 5-5. Heart-stopping finish to bring this a deadlock. The momentum shift is complete, and he's now taken a narrow lead. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, it's a close game, but the top seed is comfortably sitting in the driver's seat as predicted. Let's see if Havoc can pivot. Phantom keeps his nose ahead, leading 7-6. Tough to ignore that head-to-head history favoring the favorite. He's putting up a great fight to reclaim his authority here. He is really looking like that powerhouse expectation we had. Phantom shuts him down from the box, showing a lot of poise to keep this momentum rolling. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. He's on a roll now, taking a commanding 4-round lead. Exactly the kind of form that puts him in the top 10. Absolutely untouchable right now, putting away another round in less than a second. He is on a tear right now, just needing one more to end this. His level of play is honestly staggering today. And that's it. Phantom closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the victory. He really tightened the screws once that lead grew. It was a tough afternoon for Havoc, who just couldn't find a way to stop the bleeding. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on the current top seed Phantom. What a fight. He just barely scrapes through that encounter to take the opening frame. A surprising start for the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is really leaning into his 80% win rate over the last 10 games, and that momentum seems to be continuing here. It's clear he's taking control of the pace early on. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to break this flow. Deadlock, we're all square at 2 apiece now. A huge number of career matches between these two. Phantom is starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on the lower seed. Both players are locked in a fierce 6-round stalemate. It is surprising to see the world #1 looking so vulnerable. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 7. He has certainly been in great form lately, including that earlier dominant win. Unbelievable. He claws back to a tie in a total scramble, surviving by a mere sliver of health. Despite the rankings, the head-to-head history leans in his favor. Catalyst finally claims a narrow lead heading into round 9. He's really playing with a lot of confidence right now. The momentum shifts back to a total wash at 5-all. We're seeing the #1 seed fighting for a grip here. Absolute chaos. He almost went down, but manages to outlast his opponent in a brutal exchange. The #4 seed is really stepping up his game today. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's managing to keep the top seed off balance for now. Switching sides. Let's get back in. Phantom closes the gap, leaving Catalyst just 1 up. He's definitely playing his way back into that top seed energy. And we're back to a total draw at 7 apiece. It's that same dominance we saw in their previous match. The tide has completely turned as he secures another round to keep this hot streak alive. A sharp response from Catalyst to bring things back to an even split. A gritty way to reset the series for the #4 seed. Phantom just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 9-8. The top seed is really making the most of his recent hot streak. Phantom has a significant 62% win rate on this map, and it's clearly giving him the edge in these final rounds. Look, while Catalyst has the historical lead in their rivalry, he's just not finding the same consistency today. That was a total shutout, putting the favorite just 1 step away from victory. What a finish! Phantom secures the final round and closes out the series in style. He just completely took over that second half, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the world rankings right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Havoc and Catalyst facing off on red line, with the favorite looking to dominate once again. Catalyst has historically been an absolute nightmare for Havoc, winning over 70% of their encounters. It makes this early lead for Havoc even more surprising given how routinely the favorite has controlled this specific rivalry. We'll see if he can actually push this advantage further. Havoc just punished him for sitting on the Tetris. He's looking really sharp early on. He's currently fighting out of a tough slump after those early losses to Phantom. What a scramble. Both players were practically dead, but he managed to scrape through that exchange. Catalyst just proves that ramp isn't a safe spot. He's starting to claw back into this one. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading it 4-2. He's really shaking off that rough start against Phantom. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on, and he looked completely comfortable holding that ramp. Just the turnaround we needed after that blowout on fast aim. He answers back with a fierce exchange from the ramp to keep the deficit manageable. He's fighting hard to justify that favorite status. That was a chaotic exchange where both players were nearly gone, but the comeback continues for Catalyst. That was an incredibly fast way to end the engagement. Unbelievable, he's completely wiped the floor with his opponent to lock this series at 5-all. He just clears him right off the Tetris as the streak hits 4. He's finally asserting that expected dominance as the favorite. We are all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, Havoc is punching way above his weight here. Catalyst had a scary run going, but he just can't put this match away yet. Time to reset and go again. Havoc is playing with a lot of heart right now, and that was a great read on the ramp. The favorite is looking very vulnerable today. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with Catalyst securing the tie at 7-7. He's finally managed to break that momentum shift. Catalyst continues his climb, picking his opponent right off the ramp to take a 1-round lead. Looking a lot more like the player he was against Glare earlier. An effortless shot to keep the charge going. He's really taking control here. Another rapid fire blow as he extends his lead to 10. The gaps in skill are becoming way too obvious to ignore. Havoc holds the ramp to secure this one, refusing to let the match slip away. This is a surprising shift in energy for the higher seeded player. He secures another huge round from the Tetris to keep this surge alive. A far more convincing performance than that last bout against Phantom. Another clean finish from the box, and Catalyst is now just 1 point away from victory. The gap between these two is looking huge right now. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he digs deep to secure the map victory. He really managed to pull rid of the pressure and shake things up, but he just couldn't keep that momentum going long enough to steal the series. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Phantom are heading into the arena to see who can take the win today. Phantom starts strong, shutting down Havoc while he was holding the Tetris. It's a tough start for the number 7 seed here. Phantom is comfortably in control with a 63% win rate on this specific map. And when you combine that with his massive lead in the overall head-to-head, it's clear he has the mental edge. Havoc needs to find a way to disrupt this flow immediately. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but manages to secure that fight from the ramp to even things up. Phantom is just one step ahead at 3-2. He looks as dangerous as he did in their last meeting. Phantom is just too sharp right now, catching Havoc right off that Tetris platform. The world number 1 is showing exactly why he holds that spot. Phantom maintains a slim lead, currently sitting at 4-3. He's trying to shake off a tough run of form lately. Phantom has been absolutely crushing his recent matches, coming in today with a 47-21 record over the last day. It's clear that confidence is spilling over into this series. He's making a lot of it look easy right now. Havoc is putting on the pressure now, taking control from the heaven spot to tie this series up. Things are looking very different from their last clash on the dunes. Phantom still holds a razor-thin lead at 6-5. It's been a rough run for him today, with a few straight losses already. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. He's definitely in the driver's seat here. Havoc managed to keep it respectable, but the top seed is putting his superior experience to good use. Fresh start for both players. Phantom barely holds on, leading 7-6. It's surprising to see him this resilient after a tough series of losses. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, simply outpeaking him and taking that high ground easily. He's really capitalizing on those historical advantages. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange from the Tetris to claw back another point. A real grind for him, considering those recent losses to Catalyst. Phantom extends his lead to 9-7 after that play. The world number 1 is proving too tough to shake today. Phantom just completely shuts him down on the Tetris, making this a 3-round skid for Havoc. That was a brutal exchange, but Havoc dug deep to survive and claw another run back. He's definitely fighting against the grain of the odds today. Absolute chaos, he barely stays alive with 2 health, showing incredible grit to hold on to the lead. He's genuinely refusing to let this match slip away. Phantom quickly answers back, catching Havoc while he was trying to hold the ramp. The gap in rating is showing as the pressure mounts here. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win from the Tetris, surviving with just 14 health. He's really making Phantom sweat for this victory. He is on fire right now, evening the score at 11-11. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. Phantom answers back and earns himself another shot at the trophy. The favorite starting to reclaim his footing at the right time. Game over. Phantom closes out the match with a perfect final shot. He really pushed the world number 1 to the absolute limit with those low HP escapes. Havoc just barely ran out of steam. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Fast Aim to see who takes the win today. Phantom comes out strong, quickly picking off Catalyst right from the window. The top-rated player in the league is looking sharp early on. Catalyst holds a lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. It's a battle of the veterans since both have played hundreds of games together. We just have to see if that historical advantage can hold up against the top-rated player in the league. We're all squared up now with both players tied. The number 1 player in our rating is starting to push back. Phantom has a nice little lead now and he's clearly feeling the momentum on his side. Catalyst gets the better look from the ramp to keep things dead even. The underdog has found some answers early on. Catalyst has finally clawed back into a 4-3 lead. He's really putting that high win rate to the test right now. Phantom really didn't give him any room to breathe there, quickly shutting down that ramp play. He's been in great shape today with those 48 wins. Unbelievable. Phantom survives a brutal exchange to knock him off the wine box with just 11 health. Absolute nail biter of a round there. He's simply on fire. Cleaning him off the ramp to extend the current streak. His recent form has been incredible, winning 90% of his last 10. He catches Catalyst on the ramp again to maintain a huge advantage as we head into the break. That's a huge shift in momentum just before the interval. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of the expectations going into this set. That 5-round run really puts the pressure on Catalyst to make a comeback. Time for a total reset. Phantom is just too quick today, shutting him down yet again as he pushes the lead to 10. Just a complete reversal of what we expected from this pairing. Catalyst is coming off a tough stretch with a 40% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, he's clearly fighting to snap that slide right now. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this push given how heavily the odds were stacked against him today. Phantom is firmly in control at 9-6. The higher seed is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He's simply not letting up, securing another clean win to keep this resurgence alive. He is starting to put some real pressure on the lead. He's just completely shifted the momentum. Now taking another one from the toolbox to tighten this series up. The script has officially been flipped for this series. Phantom takes control from the toolbox, putting the pressure back on. He's been in incredible form across his 69 total games today. He's showing real grit here, refusing to let that lead slide further away. He's finally stabilizing the game here. Phantom is just relentlessly efficient right now. He is really making it difficult for Catalyst to string together any momentum. A total shutdown to reach match point. That was an incredibly fast exchange to wrap it up. What a finale. Phantom closes the door with an untouchable final play to claim the series. He's just proving why he sits at the top of the rankings right now. That's another strong showing and a dominant day for him. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in a high-stakes duel on Mapas. Catalyst has held an absolute stranglehold on this rivalry, winning over 70% of their past encounters. We're seeing that trend continue right now as it looks to widen the gap further. Havoc is staying aggressive, catching Catalyst right off the boxes to even things up. It's a surprising turn of events given the historical dominance here. Havoc is just absolutely cooking right now, coming off that ramp with a lightning fast read. Catalyst secures the ramp and puts the pressure back on Havoc to keep this at dead heat. Catalyst barely holds the lead, sitting at 3-2. He's definitely playing like the higher seeded guy right now. He just deletes Havoc right off that ramp and keeps the heat going. His current form matches that previous 13-8 result from earlier today. He's completely in control now, extending his run to 4 straight wins. The 4th seed is making this look effortless. Havoc gets a clean look and drops him right off that ramp to keep the momentum shifting. He's starting to challenge the expected outcome here. Havoc is staying frosty, finding another effortless kill to close the gap. Tough spot for the higher seed to find himself in. Catalyst holds his ground on that ramp and puts a bit of distance between himself and Havoc again. That higher rating is starting to show its weight. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, picking Havoc right off that ramp to really build some lead. A tough day so far for the 8th seed. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. The higher seed is keeping his composure and managing the pace well. Time to flip sides. Catalyst is just too strong on that ramp, continuing to pull away as we head into the second half. He's really capitalizing on that top tier ladder positioning. Catalyst just couldn't be shaken, shutting Havoc down as soon as he stepped onto that ramp. Unbelievable. Havoc clawed back from the edge to take that one by a hair. A huge momentum swing after that nail biter. Absolutely insane. Both players were practically shredded, but he claws through the damage to keep this revival alive. Havoc is currently fighting through an 11-22 record over the last day. And honestly, it's putting him in a desperate spot. He's battling a slump that has followed him into the server, and he'll need a massive shift in energy to overcome this deficit. The tempo has picked up significantly. These exchanges are happening so quickly now that a single mistake is instant defeat. Havoc is showing some real guts here, cutting the deficit down to just 2 rounds. He's refusing to just fade away in this series. He's taking over from the ramp again, showing incredible tenacity to stay in this fight. Wow, what a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even at 11 apiece. He's simply unstoppable right now, surging into a commanding position to secure match point. Total collapse from the favorite right when it matters most. And that's the equalizer. We are headed to overtime. A massive mental reset for both as they head into the extra frames. He barely escapes with his life. Havoc survives on a literal sliver of health to push his lead to 13-12. Just a ghost of a chance left for the other side. He's in an incredible flow, simply outclassing the opposition to push the leads to 2. This level of performance is a total shock given the seeds. What a clash of wills we have here. Both players fought it out right on the ramp, and Catalyst just barely had the edge. Catalyst is making a push here, but he's still staring down a very resilient opponent. He really knows how to dig in when the pressure peaks. He's back in command, taking control from the ramp to push this series to the absolute limit. The gap in their rankings is really starting to manifest. Game over. Catalyst finishes him off with a complete shutdown to seal the series. He just barely survived that overtime pressure, but he's the one walking away with the victory. Havok really gave everything he had in that series. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for an exciting matchup between Havok and the dominant Phantom. Phantom enters this match carrying an incredible 90% win rate over his last 10 appearances, and honestly it's not surprising he's starting strong given his huge advantage over Havok in their lifetime head-to-head meetings. It'll take a major shift for Havok to climb back into this. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really fighting to shake off that rough start to the day. Havok has completely flipped the script here, taking the lead and putting the pressure back on Phantom. It's a surprising turn for the top-rated player on the map. Phantom just barely edges ahead, holding a tight 3-2 lead. He has had plenty of success against this opponent recently. Phantom is pulling away now, leading 4-2. The top seed is simply too polished right now. Completely clean sequence here, as he keeps the momentum swinging his way. His current 49-21 record today shows how focused he's been. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking total control of this match. The #1 rated player is really putting on a show. Havok manages to survive the exchange and secures another round for himself. Unreal. He just barely survives that bloodbath to bring the deficit down to 2. He is refusing to go down easily today. Phantom holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history, winning well over 60% of their meetings, and honestly, you can see that experience paying off in these high-pressure moments. He's comfortably navigating the map and knows exactly how to close the door on Havok. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as expected. He's simply showing why he holds the #1 rank right now, but Havoc is hanging in there. Phantom's 3-round cushion is starting to feel very secure. Just a repeat of what we saw in their most recent clash. Phantom makes quick work of him, tracking Havoc right off the Tetris to widen the gap. This is looking like a repeat of their last encounter. Phantom shuts everything down, effortlessly picking Havoc off the box to keep his run going. Absolutely outclassed here as he keeps steamrolling through this series. He's just one step away from victory after that commanding display. This is exactly the kind of clinical form we expected today. What a statement finish! He wraps this series up in spectacular fashion to claim victory. He's just on another level today, keeping his hot streak alive and moving deeper into the bracket. welcome to the show. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on red line to see who takes the win. Catalyst claimed that first a really quick exchange from the ramp to start things off. He is certainly looking to flip the script after that loss on fast aim. Catalyst is just too sharp right now, putting Phantom in a tough spot early. The A-list player is feeling the pressure right now. Phantom has been on fire with a 90% win rate in his last 10 games. That high-level confidence is exactly why he's currently sitting at the top of our rating. I wonder if he can ride this momentum all the way to another win. Catalyst is dominating here with a huge 4-1 lead. He's really proving that historical head-to-head edge today. A brutal clash of will on the ramp, but he manages to come out on top to secure his third straight. He's completely disregarding the fact that Phantom entered this as the favorite. He's simply outclassing everyone on the server, securing his fourth straight round. Quite a shift for the current #1 on the ladder. Phantom manages to knock him off the ramp to bring the score to 6-2. A solid response to get back into the flow of things. Catalyst is currently boasting a 78% win rate on this map. It's a substantial advantage that seems to be giving him the psychological edge in this series. He's definitely making the most of that comfort. Phantom just makes a great play to take him off that ramp and slow things down. The top-rated player in the league is starting to find his footing. Catalyst holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. We're seeing the favorite translate his overall superiority into a real lead on the scoreboard. Phantom claws back one, but Catalyst still holds a tight 8-5 lead. A strong showing from the top seed overall. Catalyst extends his grip, now sitting comfortably at 9-5. He has been incredibly consistent with his win rate lately. Phantom holds that ramp tight and manages to pull the score closer. The league's top seed is finally starting to push back. Catalyst really loves that ramp. He's using that height to keep the pressure high. A strong showing from the fourth best player in the game. The tempo is just lightning fast right now. Catalyst is ending these exchanges before Phantom can even react. Phantom is staying aggressive and finds his target from Tetris to pick up another one. Unreal, Phantom barely survives that trade, clamping down from Tetris to end a desperate scrap. The top seed is definitely starting to look like soon to be victorious. He's refusing to break, keeping the pressure on with another straight victory. Looking far more like the powerhouse we expected from him. What a scrap. He nearly goes down but manages to survive the chaos to keep this run alive. The resilience in those close calls is just staggering. Complete reversal of fortune. He shuts down Catalyst on the ramp to bring the score level. Absolute chaos as we head into the final stretch. Absolutely wild. He scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health to bring him to match point. Heart-stopping stuff to see the momentum swing this far. He shuts things down right there on the ramp to force a tie. It's the ultimate deadlock between the top two seeds. The momentum has completely shifted back. Catalyst is just one step away from closing this out. A massive shift in momentum from where we started this series. Phantom secures a clean kill from Tetris, tying the series up at 13-13. The pressure is mounting for both of these elites. He holds a slim advantage again, making an aggressive play from the ramp to secure another round. Certainly an interesting day for the #1 ranked player. A breathtaking nail-biter. Phantom barely holds on with a sliver of health to level the series. His ability to clutch these high-stress moments is just incredible. He strikes again from Tetris, putting his opponent on the ropes with just one round left to decide it. Total control now as the match reaches this fever pitch. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for this one, coming back from that early deficit in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc taking on the favored Catalyst in today's 1v1 match. A quick start for Havoc, who managed to catch Catalyst completely off guard on the Tetris. Catalyst quickly recovers his footing using the height of the ramp to neutralize Havoc's early lead. Havoc looks incredibly sharp today, putting on a real clinic from the Tetris to grab a lead. He's fighting a tough trend considering those 5 straight losses in their head-to-heads. Havoc is really putting the pressure on, cleaning up the ramp to extend his lead. The gap in their overall map win rates is feeling irrelevant right now. Catalyst responds quickly, picking Havoc right off the ramp to keep things tight. He's definitely leaning on a much stronger overall record here. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece as they reset. The 4th ranked player in the league is starting to flex his power. Another quick win for Catalyst from the ramp, and he's now officially taken control of this series. Havoc shuts him down on the ramp, bringing the score level once again. This is a complete reversal of the trend he's seen today. A fierce exchange right there on the Tetris, but Havoc proves a bit quicker on the draw today. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a 3rd straight for the lead. This is a complete turnaround from his recent games against Phantom. Catalyst shuts the door on that run, tightening the game as we approach the mid-match break. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is doing way better than anyone expected based on his head-to-head record. He's proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite today. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead, narrowly claiming the 7-6 lead. He's looking quite comfortable keeping that grip on this match. Havoc keeps the pressure on, securing a trade from the Tetris to keep things tied. He's really fighting against a brutal tidal wave of historical losses. Havoc surges back in front with an 8-7 advantage. A huge shift in energy for the number 9 seed. Unbelievable. He survives by a mere sliver of health to maintain this hot streak. A huge contrast to his struggles against Phantom earlier today. A quick response from the favorite to keep this series within reach. Showing that high rating gap in his composure now. Catalyst is really putting on a clinic. Easily taking that trade from the ramp to keep things tied. Havoc claws back to a 10-9 lead. A much needed shift in momentum given his struggle with a 7-game slide. Pure madness. Catalyst forces a total stalemate at 10-all. A heavy grind for the top seed to maintain his ground here. Havoc is just not letting him breathe, taking that duel from the Tetris to push another round ahead. The higher rated seed is looking quite vulnerable right now. Both players are refusing to give an inch. These two are completely locked in right now. Neither side is letting that rating gap define the series. That was a perfect shot. Havoc takes a huge step toward victory. Absolutely refuses to let the higher seed walk away with this. Absolutely electric. That clean finish forces the deadlock and we are officially headed into overtime. The momentum is swinging back to Havoc just as this match reaches a boiling point. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. Havoc is moving the goalposts here, really putting the pressure on with a commanding lead in the overtime stretch. Catalyst is refusing to go down quietly, keeping himself right in the mix during these overtime rounds. Catalyst is starting to build a real head of steam as we push deeper into this marathon. He's showing why he holds that top 5 spot on the ladder. Havoc just secured a huge advantage by picking him right off the ramp. A huge shift from how those early games usually ended. Catalyst secures the lead from the ramp, putting him just 1 win away from the match. Absolute ice in his veins to force another tie. Havoc bounces back to lead 16-15. And just like that, we are back to a dead heat at 16-all. Havoc pulls back the lead, sitting at 17-16. A complete 180 from how things ended in their previous encounter. An absolute nail-biter as they sit at 17 apiece. Neither player is blinking in this marathon encounter. Havok claims a slim lead as we hit 18-17. Hard to believe how consistently he's challenging the higher rank. Havok is firmly in the driver's seat at 19-17. He just completely broke the cycle and fought through a brutal overtime to get this done. What a performance, what a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Havok and Phantom going head-to-head today on Italy. Phantom has an imposing 66% win rate on this map. It's a significant advantage over Havok, who usually struggles to keep pace in these settings. We'll see if the early momentum shifts the tide for the underdog. Havok is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The world #1 is finally starting to push back. Phantom is starting to look like the aggressor here, quickly erasing that early deficit. An absolutely flawless sequence as he secures another round, taking total command of the series. He's simply too fast right now, securing a 4th straight round with ease. He manages to break the momentum and bring the score closer. A huge mental boost for Havok after that tough loss on Dunes earlier. Total deadlock now, both guys sitting on 4. Phantom has been absolutely crushing it today with 51 wins already. What a nail biter! He barely scrapes through that exchange to reclaim the lead. Phantom is clearly maintaining that top seed form today. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, taking that fight from the wine with ease. The rank 1 seed is really starting to distance himself. He is completely shut down, extending his lead to 7 as we head toward the break. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out just as the rating suggested. Havok is fighting a tough battle, but the top seed is firmly in the driver's seat. Time to swap sides. Emotion Mid Phantom is operating on a different level with a 51 and 21 record today. It's a stark contrast to the struggles we've seen from Havok throughout his last several series. He's going to take a massive shift in energy to stop this slide. Emotion Mid. Both of them were swapping heavy damage in a wild exchange, but Havok manages to outlast him. Phantom holds a slim 2-round edge at 9-7. Absolute lightning speed on that engage. digging deep now, clawing back closer to a tie. He's showing a lot of grit despite the odds. Phantom keeps the cushion, moving ahead 10-8. That was a lightning fast response, keeping the pressure on as he narrows the gap to just 1 round. The gap is widening again. Phantom is starting to pull away just when Havoc thought he had a chance. That was a messy scramble, but he comes out on top to put himself just 1 away from victory. He refuses to back down, producing a beautiful kill to stay alive in this series. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he refuses to break, bringing the score within a single round. He closes out the match with an effortless final shot to secure the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, nearly forcing a tie in those final moments. He just couldn't find that last bit of magic to pull off the upset. What a fight.